Welcome to this symposium for HoliFood and FoodSafeR. My name is Nathan Meijer. I am the coordinator of the HoliFood project. After me, Rudy will present for the FoodSafeR project. We will just give a short introduction to each of the projects, and then all of the presentations on the content from each of these projects will start. So just a little bit of information about HoliFood first. Some general information. It was the full title is called Innovative Holistic Food Safety Early Warning and Risk Assessment System. Both FoodSafeR and HoliFood were submitted as proposals for the same Horizon Europe call. So we get 6 million euros from the European Commission, and of course Stichting Wageningen Research. So that's Wageningen Food Safety Research is coordinator of this particular project. These are the partners that are in the HoliFood project, quite a few from all over Europe. Very happy with that, to get a good geographical distribution here. And I think from each of these partners there will be some presentation. The project objectives are as follows. So it's about integrated food safety risk analysis in Europe, and of course that is going to support various sustainable development goals and the Green Deal policy-driven transitions, to anticipate those and to make sure that the food safety system works to support those, and to support the realization of a truly safe and sustainable food production. That would be the ultimate aim, and I think we can contribute to that. A word that you will be hearing a lot over the next 2 days is emerging risks. So what is an emerging risks? Well, it's something that hasn't really occurred yet. It is either a newly identified hazard, something we haven't seen before, or something that we've seen before, but all of a sudden much more exposure is being observed for it. And this has been defined already back in 2002, and it is EFSA's and the member states' responsibility to detect these emerging risks, to make sure that we are prepared for new things popping up. Of course, there's also the possibility of increased susceptibility to a known hazard, but the first two are really the most important one. An example of an emerging risk: mycotoxins. They're not really new, right? We've known about mycotoxins, so these are toxins produced by fungi. Aflatoxin is a very well-known one. We've known about these for decades. So that's not new by itself, but they are popping up in new places because of climate change. Because of climate change, more and more areas in Europe are now also becoming quite very dry, very hot. Those are conditions that are very good for production of mycotoxins and fungal growth in all sorts of crops. And so extreme weather events as well, of course. And all of these things are drivers that cause emerging risks, such as this one, to emerge. And then I can give you examples of things we haven't known about, but most of the time those are unknown unknowns, as Bush once said. In the HoliFood project, we focus on 3 supply chains. So a lot of the presentations during the next 2 days are focusing on these 3 as a sort of example chain of what to focus on. So these are poultry, cereals, legumes. So the poultry as a sort of traditional meat-based product, cereals as a cereal, so maize in this case, and legumes as an alternative protein source. Because I think that the world is moving in that direction as well. Drivers of change, so these are modifiers of effect on the end. So these are things that are driving emerging risks to occur. How do we do that in the project? Well, if you start from, let's say, the bottom, so we want to ensure food security. Food is only really edible if it is safe. If it's not safe, it's not edible. So there needs to be a food safety emerging risk system to make sure that everything new coming up we are prepared for that. So these are the things we are focusing on. It's very much a systems approach, and we are using AI and big data to get all of the different data into our systems to detect all of these emerging risks before they start occurring, so we can prepare for them. There's a few work packages in the project. I'm mostly part of work package 9, so I coordinate the project. Then there is, of course, some ethics in work package 8. There is work package 7 about communication, dissemination, always part of projects such as this. Then we have big data and artificial intelligence. Work package 2 is about technology development for integrated monitoring. So this is really more analytically focused. Then work package 3 is holistic risk assessment for regulation. This is about systems for food risk assessment. And then we did some, in work package 4, living labs to make sure that all inputs are received. Work package 6 focuses on building a dashboard and a framework to ensure that the models being created in work package 1 can be also shown in a user-friendly way. My last slide is of some project highlights. These are you can find on the project website. Most of these will be presented during the next 2 days, so I'm not going to go into detail of these. I invite you, of course, to check the website of HoliFood and to keep checking it in the future, because that is where all of our results will become available. And then my final slide is please enjoy the Symposium. And next up, Rudy will give a presentation on FoodSafeR.
Yeah. Many thanks, Nathan, for this fantastic introduction. I would also like to thank you and the entire team of realizing this fantastic event here. We've been working together over the last few months, and it's really a fantastic venue and a fantastic team. We are very grateful that you have facilitated this. I would also like to point out that I'm the deputy coordinator of FoodSafeR. The coordinator of FoodSafeR, Martin Wagner, is here. He, in the spirit of emerging topic, we have a re-emerging coordinator because he was on sabbatical, and kindly he agreed actually to celebrate his comeback here in Wageningen and to give this presentation. So Martin, we're very much looking forward to your comeback lecture here, please. We thought we'd do it like this. We have a good-looking guy and a hard-working one. No, thanks. I just would like to briefly browse you through FoodSafeR. FoodSafeR has been funded in the same call as Nathan said. It's also a 6 million project. This is our kickoff meeting, a joint approach to identification, assessment, management of emerging food safety hazards and associated risks. FoodSafeR in Tulln in Austria. And this is the consortium that has been built around that topic. It's composed of risk assessment organizations, academic partners, company partners. Then we have here also big data specialists, company partners that have been providing data, for example, and universities and other academic institutions. From the beginning, we thought that we should look for a maximum reach out, and we had an impressive advisory board composed around FoodSafeR, and that was led by Rudy, who was driving for these 21 partners from around the world that came also to our living labs. Here is one living lab in Barcelona, where we started the discussions on risk prioritization, and we also published with our international advisory report. I think this is quite special. And one paper that was published just, was it 7 months ago, something like that, in the meanwhile reached more than 6,000 views, where we were trying to develop a perspective on emerging food safety hazards and associated risks on the global scale. Our objectives are quite similar to what HoliFood has been putting forward. In our first activity, we were keen of designing a future-proof holistic risk management framework, risk identification and management system. Then had a focus on developing scientific tools, and also we're looking into persisting hazards, for example, like listeria,
We had a chemical toolbox. We built a digital open hub. And then we were looking into improving the resilience of food safety management systems. This is the structure of our FoodSafeR consortium. In work package 1, we were looking for impact analysis. Then we had two scientific worlds in a way amalgamated. So we had food microbiologists and food chemists that were working together here in 4 cases each. Then work package 4 is the digital hub. Work package 5 is the de-escalation concepts that have been developed and discussed and also published to some extent. Then we had work package 6 was the management, and work package 7 was the ethical component. Impact analysis, very nice, lovely paper here, written by Nina, and there will be a presentation then by Matisse on that, where we did some risk ranking. We're looking into drivers and stressors of the system, and we were also trying to find some quantitative estimations on how these drivers will change over time. In work package 2, we were looking for improving traceability systems. The German food chain lab that has been developed by the Federal Institute for Risk Assessment has been further elaborated and has been extended to local food supply chains that we identified as a certain source of risk. We were looking into overlooked hazards, as we called them, where we thought that they are insufficiently regulated or where there is some increased consumer interest behind it, thinking back to the Corona times when we had a lot of new premises coming up, producing homemade, whatever, vegetables or whatever. And then we worked on these 6 scenarios here, and we will see a presentation by Cynthia on that. We were looking into persistence. Listeria monocytogenes is a role model for persistence, survival in food processing environments. Lauren will lead us in her presentation through these results that I think are really important for mitigating Listeria contamination out in the field. Then we also had a work package on hepatitis E as a role model for an emerging viral pathogen and on antimicrobial resistance, in particular in fish. And you will see presentations on that as well. In the chemical field, we were using satellite data that we derived from predictions. Goran and Nina will give us presentations on that, where we were trying to integrate, for example, remote sensing and analytical data into risk predictions, online risk predictions, real-time risk predictions. We were looking more into technological issues of emergence, like mycotoxins, what happens during pasta production and during cracker production, for example. There we will see presentations by Alex and Michele. Then a very particular project was on guidelines for furans to the heating process. What happens to them in example of meat sauce production, and I think very interesting results that we have published there for industry. Finally, there were 2 more activities in the chemical work package on the development validation of rapid test systems for tropane alcohols. Gerd and his team, and Itz, who is doing his PhDs in that field with an outstanding number of papers, what we've heard. Congratulations, Itz. And a final project, we will see a presentation here by Paul, where we were looking into illegal addition of chemicals to spices, for example, turmeric spices, and interesting data that came out in that field, and Paul will give us a presentation on that as well. A very strong emphasis from the beginning was built on the development of the Open Digital Hub. We were a bit thinking of not just producing a web page that is to some extent dead after the funding period. we thought that we're going to create something living that can be used for the community after the project as well. And Iris and Una and her team have built this open digital hub that is easily to access to all of you. We have in the meanwhile more than 600 people using that tool where you can get informed on emerging scenarios, on emerging risks, where our output is there, where documentation is there, where tools and material is there for teaching, for example. And I hope that this will finally survive the funding period. And our last activity was on de-escalation and future-proof food safety management systems. Panos and Lisbeth, in particular, were taking up on that. Lisbeth Jackson from Ghent University, where we were discussing de-escalation measures for risk managers, for example, but also to develop designs for future-oriented food safety management systems. We did that on 3 cases, 3 case studies. Nina will present one of or 2 cases, microbiological hazards, Listeria monocytogenes and fraud case in the chemical hazard, alternaria toxins in tomato supply chain. So to really show how every input of FOXI over these work packages can be integrated into something meaningful for industry and the risk managers. As we said, all the work that we've done and additional work has been amalgamated to this digital hub. Please, FoodSafeR.com, quite easy to access. Use it for your work, use it for your education, with your work with your students, and give input to it. Register through it. It's no, how do you call it, no money, registration fees needed. And if we are lucky, then it is used by a lot of global communities. There are also learning rooms there. You can meet, you can invite people there. So it's a very interactive tool and has been developed by a series of living labs and is now open for your avail. Yeah, there are also statements there and that should enrich your discussions and should finally lead to a vivid sphere that is used over the years more and more. This is FoodSafeR. You will see a lot of presentations. I'm really looking into the outcomes of HoliFood as well, because I think HoliFood had more a focus on artificial intelligence, on modeling, on these digital tools. This was not so strong in FoodSafeR. We did a lot of work with scenarios, scenario modeling, things like that. But I think it's a brilliant idea to have these 2 consortia finally staying together in this conference. Thanks for the organizers to let FoodSafeR come to Wageningen and organize this mutual conference. And I hope that we have 2 stunning days of science and good outcomes. Thanks, Nathan and team, to all of you. Good, I think the first speaker is then Cormac. Cormac is also a partner in FoodSafeR. He's from the Irish Food Safety Authority. We're knowing each other since a series of years. And I think from the very beginning, the Irish Food Safety Authority was very much supporting our digital hub. He's, I think, the most intense user of our digital hub in the meanwhile. He's coming from Singapore. Yesterday he flew out from Singapore. He's a real testimony of our food safety hub. And Cormac, thanks for all your... He was traveling through all the world, showing the FoodSafeR output to the local communities there. And thanks for being so ambitious and supporting FoodSafeR so much. And the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Martin, for that kind introduction. And great to see everyone again, and delighted to be here talking from the regulator's perspective. So I work for the Food Safety Authority in Ireland. We're a food safety regulator. And really for us, okay, it's nice to develop tools and it's nice to develop models, but for us, we're the end users. We're the guys that have to make the decisions to stop a consignment, to check something. And this work that both FoodSafeR is doing and HoliFood are doing is invaluable to that. I can tell you that. And from doing a lot of international travel, it's quite clear that what we're doing here is very, very advanced, believe it or not. There's some parts of the world that don't even talk to each other, never mind sharing data and sharing tools and technology. So let's not lose sight of that. We're very, very advanced in terms of the stuff that we're doing here on the global stand. So the title of my presentation is Connecting the Dots, Building Effective Early Warning Networks and Systems for National Food Safety. So I usually start the presentations around emerging risks with this image. And really it's about everyone in the food system, whether it's a primary producer in a field, whether it's a processor, whether it's a retailer, whether it's a consumer or a regulator. Everyone has some information, and some information about how that food has been produced, sold or supplied. So everyone has a piece of the jigsaw. And in emerging risks, like the previous speakers have touched on, the data is usually very scant and very unknown. And the sooner we can put all those pieces of the jigsaw together as quickly as we can, we begin to understand the picture of that emerging risk. And speed is everything. And I'm going to touch on the Iran conflict towards the end of this presentation, where things are changing on a daily basis. Even last night it has changed again. And this is having a knock-on impact on global food supply. And the sooner we can pull the information together on key commodities, the sooner we can essentially focus our attentions on certain commodities coming into certain countries to protect consumers. In connecting the dots, some of you may have heard this keynote from Steve Jobs in Stanford, where he talks about connecting the dots. It's a very, very good presentation. But he talks about connecting the dots. You can only connect the dots looking back. Okay, and in terms of the stuff that we do in the Food Safety Authority of Ireland, I took over the emerging risks brief essentially, and it had a 0.2 FTE resource, so a 20% resource to look after all the emerging risk stuff. We now have 5 people working on it full time because we've developed out the system and we've shown its value across a number of big crises, the Ukraine conflict, for example, the recent steroid cases, for example. So there's a lot of investment that's gone into our system. And I also sit on the European Food Safety Authority's Emerging Risks Network as well as a national expert. So that's looking back. But looking forward is where we need to be, believe it or not, connecting the dots, because in emerging risks, you have to understand what's coming down the tracks. You have to understand the drivers that are in play, the likely scenarios that are going to play out, and then how to get ahead of that and stop that shipment or stop that product going onto the market before it becomes a recall, which is very costly for companies and also very costly in some cases for consumers. The global food system is highly complex and it's also highly efficient. And when you have a highly complex, highly efficient system working together, where you get a shock in one of those systems, the chaos theory and the butterfly effect kick in, and it's very, very hard to understand where the knock-on impact will be. It's like dominoes falling, because it's highly efficient and highly complex. Where you get a shock, you don't know where it's going to translate to. Okay? So in terms of emerging risks, you have to understand, okay, here's a number of scenarios, and the sooner we can pull the data together and learn from it, when a similar thing happens again, you know where to go, you know where to look. It's very timely that these 2 projects are actually in play. And if you look at this graph, this is the Global Uncertainty Index. And really for me, emerging risks is about change, it's about surprise, it's about uncertainty. The Global Uncertainty Index is at its all-time high since January this year. And this has been driven by a whole lot of things. Okay, there's a big focus on the Iran crisis, but that's only one of 62 global conflicts that's getting the attention. There's lots of other ongoing conflicts and lots of other issues with choke points, for example, but we've never been at a more uncertain time. So the likes of these models, these communities, and the work that we're doing here in emerging risks is key. So what will we cover here today in this presentation? I hope you can read that because I can't read it off the screen. Why are emerging risks? Why do we look at it? The system that we've set up in Ireland, the Emerging Risks Intelligence Surveillance System, it's our own internal system. And then I'm going to give you a live case study on the Iran conflict to show you how quickly we need the data, to make informed decisions. We're not just looking at drivers. We need information on the commodity, on the parameter to check, and the shipment to stop. So when we go to our inspectors at the port and we say, do you know, there's a big change here with the global supply chain, and there's a big constraint. And they'd say, okay, so what? We have a risk matrix, a risk rank analysis to do. Tell us the parameter you want to check. Tell me the commodity you want to check, and tell me when it's landing at the port. Otherwise, go away. So that's the level of pushback we get. So I'm going to show you what we've done with some of the Iran monitoring, and then some success, challenges, and take-home messages in terms of our learnings. Little bit context to set the scene. The agri-food exports in Ireland is around 17 billion. I was in Singapore on Monday, and they have a similar profile to us, around 6 million of a population. Their exports or their imports are 90%, so they're highly reliant on the global system. Ours is 75%. So that means we're highly reliant and highly exposed to the global food system. So if something happens far away, it's likely going to impact Ireland. We're also connected with the EU system, obviously, with the IRASOFs. We do a lot of work with EFSA and the European Commission, and we're also connected with Infosan in terms of sharing information. So I won't dwell on this. Previous colleagues have kind of covered it. In terms of the FCI system, and this is similar for most regulators. So there's two complementary layers here, and the one on your left is traditional surveillance that most regulators do, and it's really about sampling, it's about testing, it's about analysis, and it's based on a risk prioritization. Okay, we know that certain commodities will be high in mycotoxins from certain countries. Okay, let's stop those. But where we get a shock or a shift, then that's not always the case. So that's where emerging risks come in. And really for the emerging risks layer here, it's about horizon scanning. It's looking out from 6 months. For us, it's looking out 6 months to 10 years to understand where's the big shift and where's the big change. It covers, believe it or not, an awful lot of stuff outside food control. And sometimes I get pushback internally and with other partners to say, this has nothing to do with us. Hyperinflation in some other country has nothing to do with us. It has everything to do with us because it's connected to the food supply chain. So we're interested in geopolitical and economic analysis. We're interested in food fraud intelligence, even the impacts of hybrid and cyber threat monitoring, even the likes of someone sabotaging communication cables or undersea cables or undersea infrastructure. It has a knock-on impact on the supply system. And then scenario building and early warning notes. So this is the FSCI's emerging risks intelligence system. Along the top, along those 10 or so inputs, you probably can't read them, but basically we take inputs from anywhere. We have a number of automated systems set up, we have a number of networks, we have a number of intelligence systems set up, and basically they feed into the system. And once one of these signals are picked up, and FoodSafeR is one of the inputs, believe it or not, we monitor FoodSafeR and it comes as an input into the system. So we can generate one of two notes, a full emerging risks briefing note, and this can be anything from 3 or 4 pages. The initial briefing note we did for the Ukraine conflict, I think, was about 35 pages long, where we laid out the full threat landscape of that impact. The situation report is kind of borrowed from military use or police use, where it's a one-pager. Something has happened, something has shifted. This is what we know at a point in time, and really that's a communication aid to share with other stakeholders and other agencies to say, there's been a big shift, this is what we know, can you share information? And then when we have enough information, we develop the full briefing note. On your right, you can see our evaluation criteria. So we look at the novelty of the hazard, we look at exposure, scale, severity, reliability of sources. Is it coming from a credible source or is it coming from Twitter, for example? Imminence, how soon is it going to happen? And then reputational risk. And this is both reputational risk to the organisation and to the country. And sometimes we have to ask ourselves the question, okay, we know something is developing in the background. What's the reputational risk from doing something and doing nothing? Because if this blows up, everything that comes into the system is fully transparent. A member of the public can put in a query and ask us what we're doing, and we have to share it. So once it comes in, we have to react and respond to it. But again, resources are not forever either. Some of the considerations then we ask ourselves, have we seen it before? Is it considered an emergent issue compared to the definition? Should we start sharing information with others? For example, and then really at the bottom here, you can see the recommendations. The this is what we have to do. Okay, you now have this information. What do you do about it? We can start a risk assessment. We can develop a project, publish a report, maintain a watch and brief a lot of the time because we don't have all the information. But one thing, and I'm going to leave to the last, is the centre of this image. And it's the Emerging Risk Screening Group. And there's about 13 or 14 cross-domain experts that sit at that table, and we meet once a quarter. So every 3 months we meet. This is the most important part of emerging risks. I know we're here talking about tools and models. At the end of the day, it's people that have to make the decisions. People will say human in the loop with an AI. All of these systems and tools and networks just give us the background and information. The expertise is sitting in the room. I know a lot of people are pushing AI at the minute. With emerging risks, the AI should not have seen the information that you're looking for because it's new, it's novel, it's emerging. And it's only with the experts in the room who have their multiple years of expertise. The discussions are very, very rich within that. So people are at the centre of this, and this for me is one of the big learnings from the FoodSafeR work is the network. Having those experts around the world to connect into is highly, highly valuable when it comes to emerging risks. And you can see here I've marked where FoodSafeR kind of feeds into the system. We've got it in terms of the inputs. We also start exchanging information. If you're familiar with the FoodSafeR tool, as Martin said, we're an avid user of it because we're not using it for the sake of using it. We use it because we see value in it. We use it to push stuff out, to understand, because we're very scant information and we're pushing it out. And if you look at the partners that are involved in FoodSafeR and you look at the partners that are involved in the network, we get information back. And there's a couple of very good success stories there around HPAI, for example. We were talking about HPAI on FoodSafeR 18 months before it became an issue in Ireland. And it did become an issue in Ireland. There was 3 farms closed down. But we were quite active in sharing this information with the key stakeholders in Ireland. There would likely be a lot more farms shut down if we didn't have this foresight. So we exchange information, and then we can share information back out of the system. You'd see in the last day or two, I've shared some information on the Iran conflict up onto the platform itself. So again, asking, okay, are others seeing issues with certain commodities? Is there any aspects here that we're missing? Share the information back and forward and develop the intelligence together. So that's why we're not using it for the sake of using it. We see it of high value. In terms of our time horizon in Ireland on the emerging risk system, you can see at the very bottom of this curve, you've got predictive analysis. Ideally, that's where we want to be. We want to be out ahead of things to understand, okay, there's something hasn't happened yet, but the conditions are there to go and check it. Great, we could live there if we could, but I don't think the technology is there just yet, especially with emerging risks. We also look at real-time monitoring, so we use social listening. It has its pros and cons. We also have direct communications with the guys in ports and other European colleagues. Then we go from 1 day to 1 month, and really this is talking about early warning. And we have a number of systems set up in the Food Safety Authority around early warning. We have the rapid alert system, we have our database of rapid alerts, and we have our automated response management system. But this is more the day-to-day nuts and bolts of the organisation. For us, in terms of emerging risks, we're out towards the end. You can see there 6 months out to 5 to 10 years. And really, we're looking at medium to long-term trends, horizon scanning and foresight. But you can see here, you can see again where FoodSafeR come in and the HoliFood outputs. I've had a preview of some of the HoliFood outputs that will be hosted in FoodSafeR, and they're super impressive in terms of this predictive analytics stuff. And really, these tools are what regulators need. It's also there for the early warning, the feed along the side, the curated feed, and the analysis is very, very useful for us and the team in FCI to monitor that and understand what potential threats are coming. And then the long-term piece is really the emerging risk stuff for us, where we're sharing information, we're sharing papers with each other and trying to understand what's coming down the tracks. We have a number of national and international collaborators, and you can see this is by no means just all of the collaborators we work with. We've got EFSA, we've got our scientific committee, we work with the World Health Organization. We have a memorandum of understanding with the World Food Programme, where we share a lot of information and intelligence with them. I've just come from a gig in the Singapore with the FAO. We do a lot of work with them as well, and also with business. And you can see where FoodSafeR is being used again. EFSA have a full-time member of staff monitoring FoodSafeR. And there's actually a meeting this week. I'm supposed to be at it in Granada in Spain, and there's a session within that EFSA network meeting where a member of their staff will actually have gone and reviewed all the information that's on FoodSafeR and presented to the member states. Again, with our official agencies, we've onboarded a number of our official agencies onto the FoodSafeR programme. FAO are partners, and our Emerging Risks and Threats Forum within Ireland. They're all users of this system. So we have a horizon scanning toolkit in the FCI. We're interested in the likes of product and market databases. We have a system where we're scanning literature. There's about 55 to 60,000 peer-reviewed publications a year that are published as papers, essentially. There's no way we have the resource to look at all of those. So we've developed I'd say a semi-autonomous literature mining tool to pull out the key information from that. We have a number of tools where we look at geopolitical and trade impacts. The social listening tool where we monitor social media. We have a number of food fraud databases that we track. And then the EU emerging risk community is highly effective. We're also integrating new technologies. You can see this is an output from our digital media tool where we were tracking the impact of mycotoxins in pistachios driven by the Dubai chocolate trends. And we could see that there is quite big issues with mycotoxins in that particular product. Obviously, there's a big demand, big driver. And obviously, then the amount of pistachios available in the market, when we do the mass balance, it doesn't add up. So there's other stuff going into these chocolate bars, and there's other mycotoxins getting in there. That's an image of the literature mining tool based on Scopus. We look at 1,000 papers a month using the tool, and there's about 130, 13 or 14% of those are considered relevant then for a human to review. And then between 30 and 40 of those papers are sent to experts in the organisation for a deep dive review. And then once they figure that one of those papers is a potential emerging risk, it comes back into the team then to develop through that system I showed you. I won't dwell on this. These are just internal dashboards that we use, and dashboards are fine, but they just tell us what has happened. They don't tell us why it has happened, and they don't tell us what to do to stop something happening. So this is kind of the as is, and we can see, there's various issues and various commodities under these subcategories, maybe chemical, micro. Really, we monitor these to see, is there trend shifts? Because this is the day-to-day stuff. We're not in emerging risks. We're not interested in what's happening today. We have an incidents team to deal with that. What we're interested is to see, is there a trend trending up, and why is it trending up? So I'm going to touch on a system we built on the Iran conflict. And again, think back when we did a piece of work on the early stages of the Ukraine conflict. That document was 30, 35 pages long. There was a huge amount of work into it. There was about 12, 13 experts involved in that piece of work, and it went on for around 12 months. So there's lots of over and back and documentation. On drafting the early notes for the Iran conflict, we were looking at the Iran stuff for about 2 months before the invasion, because it was quite clear that there was such a mass of troops and ships in the Persian Gulf that it was quite clear that the conflict was going to kick off. So we said instead of doing the huge documentation piece, we'll try and look for the impact of this conflict on the global food supply chain. So as we know, you probably see in the news, okay, there's a big energy shock. And if you think about it, since 2008, the global system has gone through a number of massive shocks. It's gone through the 07, 08 economic crisis. It's gone through COVID, global pandemic. It's gone through the Ukraine conflict, the biggest breadbasket in Europe, and now the Iran conflict. So there's 4 major shocks happening within the global system. And dare I say it, probably the next big shock will be a technology shock from any impact that happens in Taiwan that we're monitoring quite closely as well. So in terms of the Iran conflict, so we have an energy shock, we have shipping disruption, major shipping disruption, and this isn't just shipping disruption in the Strait of Hormuz. This is global shipping disruption because it has a knock-on impact. Huge economic pressures, huge shifts in commodity prices, not just on the energy prices, and then a number of hybrid threats. And this hybrid threats that we're interested in here is around cyber attacks. In the last year, the number of cyber attacks on agri-food companies has gone up 100%. So there's a number you can see in the media, but there's a lot more that are not reported. Basically ransomware attacks from state and non-state actors. And as I said, the reason we're interested in this is, look, our imports, with 75% of the food by volume, we're heavily reliant on energy imports, and we're significant seafood, dairy and meat exporters, and dependency on stable EU logistic corridors. So the emerging food safety risks here: the integrity of the supply chain, cold chain and storage integrity, which we've evidenced it is problematic. Food fraud and origin fraud, we've evidenced that it's also problematic, and cyber and infrastructure risk. So going back to the point I made earlier about the inspectors pushing back to say, okay, yeah, there's an issue with the global supply chain, so what? So we understand that the global operating environment has shifted. It has changed completely. The food supply system has been disrupted, both in the short, medium and long term. There's huge delays in commodity movement. There's shortages. There's reformulation going on in the industry. And there's a structural cost being embedded in terms of inflation. So we know that these shocks, they propagate inwards, right? But really where we needed to get to is the commodity level food safety and food fraud impacts. So we've done a lot of work with a number of stakeholders, including industry. And we can see there's issues around nuts, spices, oils and fats, animal products and high value ingredients. So these global shocks have food system disruptions into specific commodity types. And really, as I said, around the dashboards piece, look, dashboards are lovely. They tell you what has happened. It's descriptive. Why did it happen? Okay, we know why it happened. There's a disruption in the Middle East that's causing this. But where we want to get to, okay, we've done some of the work with this Iran stuff to say, okay, here's where it's likely to fall, and these are the confidence intervals around it. But where we need to get to as a regulator and an experienced in this area is the prescriptive piece. We need to go develop a note, lay it out quite clearly to say, there's a driver, there's an impact. This is the commodity. This is the country it's coming from. These are the ships that it's likely to come in on. These are the commodities you need to test, and these are the parameters you need to test for. That's the much detail that we need. So we have to be prescriptive in what we do and have confidence in that prescription. So I'll give you a little bit of a look at this. I'm just conscious of time. How much time have I got? 10 minutes? Okay, perfect. And by all means, feel free to stop me on this because it's a live demo, so hopefully it works okay. But feel free to stop me if you want to look at any particular part of this. So the briefing note, the original briefing note we drafted for this, can you switch that now? Can you switch that to the screen? Or maybe I need to close this first. Let me see. Okay. Can we switch that now? So the briefing note we've drafted for this, we've kept it as a situation report. It's only about 3 pages long to say this is what's happened. This is the background. These are the commodities we're looking at. But to do a deeper dive, we've set up a system to look at this. And the reason we've done this is a lot of the feeds that are coming into this are automated. They're coming from sources and they're changing on a daily basis. Just to give you a little bit of background to some of the stuff that's coming into this. So we've commodity prices from the World Bank. We've the last 2.5 years of RASFF alerts, IRASFF alerts. We have weekly plastics prices coming from European plastics, spot prices. We're tracking a number of shipping data companies. Let me see what other data sets are feeding into this. Just to give you a background of some of the data that we're having to track. So RASFF, we've got the food fraud database in there, the World Bank pink sheets. We have a number of commodity platforms feeding into it as well. Or monitoring ports in terms of looking at choke points. Number of shipping and logistic companies. We're tracking all that data. Oil market reports. We're tracking the plastics information from a number of sources. And then we have an AI tool that's sitting over the top of this that I'll show you in a second. And as I said, if you want to stop me in any of this or ask any questions, I'm only taking you for a little bit of a deep dive on it. So there's 160 days since the start of the conflict. We've marked the start of the conflict from the 1st of January. We're monitoring this conflict since before January. And the reason being is we could see the unrest, we could see the shifts in the economics in Iran, happened long before the epic fury invasion by Israel and the US. So it's 160 days. There's 145 RASIF alerts raised in those since that crisis has begun. In total, there's about 13,000 RASIFs across all countries. And really, the reason we're interested in looking at all RASIFs is we want to see, is there a systematic change or a systematic shift at the European level, not the Irish level? And one of the key inputs to this would be the RASIF data alerts. We have a number of profiles there from the food fraud system, and we're tracking 31 commodities. So you can see here, with the last 3 or 4 years of commodity price data feeding into this. So these are all coming from the World Bank, okay? And the reason we're not interested in the price, we're interested in the shifts in price. Okay, so that's the as is, let's say. And then we go and we look at, we're doing some little bit of predictive analysis for each of these. So this is urea, for example. During the Ukraine crisis, fertilizer production shut down, completely stopped, because the fertilizer companies realized that the cost, 85% of the cost of input to urea was coming from the cost of natural gas. And if they produced fertilizer at that point in time, they wouldn't have been able to resell it on at the same price, because the price of gas was obviously going to come back down. Now, if you note here, and I have a little bit of a problem with this, if you note here, you see the dashed yellow line is the Ukraine peak. So urea is almost back where it was during the Ukraine peak. And I hear a lot of discussion online, a lot of companies talking about fertilizer shortages and the cost of fertilizer and where it's gone. And one of the reasons we're tracking this so carefully is a byproduct from fertilizer production is CO2. And we could see during the Ukraine conflict that there were shortages of CO2, which caused all sorts of issues with food packaging, MAP gases, and the stunning of animals, so animal welfare issues. So that's why we're tracking it to understand, okay, is this impact going to happen again? But the problem that I have with urea, and it's only when you go and look at the data. This is the price profile for natural gas in Europe. It's 6 times lower than where it was, or not 6 times lower, but it's much lower, maybe 5 times lower than it was during the Ukraine conflict. So what's driving the cost of urea? What's driving the potential shortage? I've asked industry, we've had many discussions. Are certain actors trying to make high profits in this area? So the likelihood of a shortage in CO2 isn't likely to be there because the price of urea is so high. But it's only when you do analysis, the likes of this, that you begin to pull out that information and that intelligence to understand what's happening. Again, you can see here the likes of pistachios coming from Iran, or coming from that part of the world. Another one is saffron, has gone up quite highly. So this has given us a little bit of a future-looking piece to say, okay, here's where the price is going. Now, the price seems to be stabilising again in terms of oil prices and energy prices. I know over the last 3 or 4 days, there's been a number of attacks that has gone up, increased the price of oil again by 3%, and overnight, again, 1% after the US responded to that helicopter being shot down by Iran. So it's up and down, but it seems to be tailing back down again. But again, these things are, that system is changing on a daily basis. So that's why we're tracking the data in this form. In terms of shipping and logistics, again, all these commodities are being shipped around the world. I won't dwell on these, but that's basically a timeline of shipping issues. So we know the cost of shipping has gone up significantly. But one of the big drivers here, believe it or not, you can see here the cost of moving tankers has gone up 46%. But here you can see, some people aren't talking about, is the cost of insurance that's driving the underlying costs in commodities. So you can see at the start of this conflict or before, the cost of insurance, this war premium for going through the Strait of Hormuz was, and through the Red Sea, was around 0.1%. So that's 0.1% of a cargo that could be 500 million of a cargo. So 0.1% is quite a significant amount of money. But it's gone up at the peak of that up to 0.6%. So the cost of war premium insurance has gone up 6-fold. And if you have a commodity base that's worth 500 million, it's a massive additional input into the system. Port activity, again, this data has been fed in live, so It's just loading. We're monitoring choke points because, okay, the impact is coming at around the Strait of Hormuz, but there's a knock-on impact then in all the other ports. So we hear back from the industry that ships are trying to land in Rotterdam and they're being told they need 4 or 5 days. So they're having to reroute and go other places. This is extending shelf life. This is extending the shelf life and extending the wait times and costs of those. So we're monitoring these in terms of the key choke points to watch. Plastics is another very interesting one. So if you think about it, the supply chain has been stretched in 2 directions. It's been stretched in terms of the transit times, and it's also been stretched in terms of the cost of plastic. So you can see here the cost of stretch film, and some of this is the backbone to food safety and companies. Let me see, stretch film. Stretch film is here, so it's gone up. It's gone up 100%. Not only has it gone up, the plastic producers are just telling the industry that, listen, we can get you this, we can get you the product, it's going to cost you this, but we're not giving you the gauge you've asked for. We can't give you the gauge you've asked for because the cost of the product has gone up so much, and this is tied back to the price of oil. So if you think about what's happening, supply chains are being stretched, they're being elongated in terms of wait times, and then the barrier that's being used to protect that food, the gauge is getting weaker. So this is pointing to issues, it's going to point to issues in shelf life, in stability. So we asked ourselves the question, okay, have we got any data to prove this? Because remember, we have to go to the inspectors and say, commodity X and shipment Y, this is what we need to stop for parameter Z. So this is where we went with the RASF alerts. So we've taken the last 2.5 years of RASF alerts, and we've taken a timestamp of pre and post conflict to see what the impact is on the European system. You can see in the first one here, this is the profile of RASFs by category from Iran. So it's no surprise. Europe import a lot of nuts, seeds and spices from this region. And you can see the nuts and nut products and seeds that have been stopped. Fruits and vegetables there as well. Herbs and spices. And then you can see along the right-hand side, probably no surprise in terms of the mycotoxin profile, pesticides and herbicides. Okay, let's go to the RASF alerts. Am I okay for 2 minutes? Okay. 1 minute. For me, this is the most important part anyway, so just of the whole presentation in terms of the Iran conflict. What we can see here in terms of potentially serious, so since the conflict has begun, the potential serious RASF alerts have gone up. They've gone up significantly. In terms of the hazard class shift, what we're not seeing is a major contamination issue, and we can see this from the data. But what we are seeing is a 3x increase in organoleptic issues across the supply chain. So smell, colour and taste, likely reflecting from temperature abuse, extended transit and spoilage, so it's a signal. And we're also seeing a 3-fold increase in parasitic infestation from the data. So we've got the driver, we understand what the impact is, and we can understand as well the category where it's coming. The highest category it's coming in is in fruits and vegetables. And I'm going to leave you with one last piece in terms of the threat analysis. So we have a little bit of AI at the back end of this that looks to say, I don't know what this is going to tell us, by the way, but basically it takes the information today and it runs an analysis in terms of emerging risks. And it's using Gemini AI. So basically, the escalation of the Iran crisis, specifically Operation Epic Fury, has triggered severe upward pressure in urea that I've said. Prices have surged. Brent crude has gone up, spikes. Logistical disruptions are acute in the Strait of Hormuz and the Red Sea corridors. War risk premiums have gone up. Simultaneously, Food Safety Monitor reveals a high concentration of toxins and allergens in Iranian-linked foods. Nuts and seeds account for 84 to 14 of the Iran-related RASF alerts. So you can see it's given a number of signals there and it's given a number of recommended actions. So this has been updated on a daily basis or a weekly basis. So when we go and meet our stakeholders, we're not using a cold document essentially to discuss it. We're showing them live information. I'm meeting with the World Food Programme next week, and we'll go through. They have a completely different commodity basket, so they might have different interests there. But if anyone wants to come to me afterwards and do a deeper dive, or there's a particular commodity you want to look at there, or a particular shipping lane, by all means, come and have a chat later. I'll leave it there because I'm sure I'm gone over time, and if there's any questions, maybe afterwards. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Cormac. I think this was super interesting. I also think that this is now for Ireland, but we should make this broader at some point if possible. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some sensitive data in there.
Okay.
But there could be an open source version made available.
Yeah. That would be cool to investigate. Okay, I'm Bas. I think my presentation will be popping up on the screen any moment now. I will be hosting this part of the session and also giving the first talk. Did you check with Nina, if that's okay?
Nina prefers to go before the break.
Okay, so we have 3 talks now and then a break. My talk is on AI, of course, and also on foundation models. And don't worry, I will walk you through what that is. Oh, and who am I? I'm Bas van der Velde. I had the data science and AI team here at Wageningen Food Safety Research. And yeah, most of what I'm showing is not actually done by me, but by my very great and amazing team. And I will also zoom out a little bit, so this is not all HoliFood what I will show, because else I would have mowed the grass, as we say in Dutch, for all of our colleagues, and that's also not very nice. Okay, so to start, what is AI? AI is sort of a container word that is now being pushed onto everything, but it's actually something that is coined in the 50s in Dartmouth to make systems, computers, so non-living organisms that can have intelligence, so that can think, basically. And pretty soon after, the term machine learning was coined. And what that means is, I did my PhD in medical AI, and what I did is I was looking for cancer in medical images, and I had scans, and I wanted to make a system to distinguish between cancer and non-cancer. So what I then did is I went to a radiologist, and I said, okay, why are you saying that this is a cancer and this is not? And they would say, okay, this looks like a star, so I go back to my computer, program mathematically what a star looks like in pixels, and then those are called features. I would have some sort of algorithm that takes these features and distinguishes between cancer and non-cancer, and have an algorithm that gives an answer to a radiologist. A big shift was deep learning, and there's a lot of differences, but one of the biggest differences is that you, bluntly said, just throw your data in and get an answer out. And the algorithm itself learns how to distinguish between either cancer or non-cancer, or food safety events, non-food safety event. Those are called representations, but that's maybe a little bit too technical for now. And one of the most recent things that we're doing now is foundation models, and I will explain in a little bit why this is an even more interesting subset right now. Okay, so let's go back to the basics. This is an example of supervised machine learning. And what we typically do or did is we have a lot of pictures of fruits, for example, and we have a human labeling whether it's an apple, a banana, an orange, or anything else. And we do this a lot, and that is called our training data. And this training data can be fed to an AI model, a machine learning model, and if we then have a new data point, it doesn't know what it is yet, but we then use this AI model to give it a label, and then if it works properly, it will give the label apple. Okay, so this is in a nutshell how supervised machine learning works. And this paradigm changed a lot when deep learning came along, and we're pretty good at distinguishing whether this is a muffin or a chihuahua, but machine learning methods, they were plateauing at a certain point. until, when was it again? Was it 2011? Yeah, until 2011, when AlexNet came along, and that really got the performance almost in half, so it was twice as good. And this is super simple, but it is of course an oversimplification. There were thousands of classes in there, millions of images, so I'm now also not being fair to the researchers that were making the previous algorithms, but deep learning really spiked the performance of these models. And after that, everyone started to use these deep learning models. And a deep learning model is called deep learning because it's built of layers. It has a lot of layers, and it becomes deeper and deeper, and that's why it's called deep learning. Sort of like a lasagna. One of the first frameworks was actually called lasagna to program in deep learning, so that's very funny found, I think, by the makers of that. And just as a very simplified version of how that works, this is a flamingo. I mean, everyone sees this, but for a computer it's quite difficult. So what does a neural network, which is the algorithm behind most deep learning, do? It transfers it to numerical values as an input, makes an input out of that, then has these layers, which has, these are called nodes, and they have weights and biases, and those are all things that an algorithm can optimize. So giving it enough data, it will automatically optimize these layers to best predict that this is indeed a flamingo and not a cat, for example. These deep learning models become bigger and bigger over time. This is a report from last year, I think, yeah, from the Electric Power Research Institute, and the blue ones are called frontier models, so those are the big models that you hear everything about in the news. And what you can see is that every year the power consumption kind of doubles, and that is because it's being trained, the models are bigger and it's trained on more data, even so big that the big tech players are really looking into different ways of feeding these models with enough power. And why is that? The entire internet is in that. In GPT, for example, the entire internet is fed. In Gemini, also the images are also fed. And one issue that you then have is that you cannot manually say, this is an apple, this is a banana, this is an orange. So that's what I mean with manual labeling is infeasible. You cannot have a human select what is what. Therefore, these foundation models, and bear with me, I'm almost there, are really great, because what they do is they teach themselves. You don't have to label anymore. You don't have to label that the white part is the waves crashing at the ocean. This is a satellite image, by the way. That yellow part is the beach and that the blue part is the sea. It automatically has some smart tricks, and this is a little bit simplified, but what it then does, it blacks out parts of the image, and then it tries to reconstruct the image itself. As you can see, this is not exactly the same, but that doesn't matter. It learns the structure of it. It learns the foundation of the data. Okay, then you have your foundation model. You pre-trained it, but it still doesn't really do what you want it to do. And that is where a very nice trick comes in. Let's say that I have 3 animals at home. I don't, so maybe I should make a different example, but let's say that I have a cat, a dog, and a horse. I would then fine-tune this pre-trained model to learn what my cat looks like, what my dog looks like, and what my horse looks like. And then it uses all this data from the entire internet to very specifically do the thing that you want it to do. And this is why a foundation model is super cool. As I said, this is not only HoliFood work that I'm presenting here, so I'm going to show what we do with these kind of models at Wageningen Food Safety Research. And I can talk long, so please give me a 10-minute sign if I'm at that mark. As I said, this is not done by me. This is done by the amazing team that we have. Most people studied something like AI or data or machine learning. And the little bit older ones in my team, such as myself, we studied something before those were actually widespread studies. And I think the most known one, of course, is ChatGPT, because that was really the hello world for the normal community. You know, I mean, not the geeks like me and us, but but the big community. And there's of course more of these large language models. Claude is all of the talk of the town right now. Maybe you have Copilot on your computer right now. Maybe use Gemini, or if you're a little bit into hosting it yourself, Llama. We typically use LLMs from Hugging Face. They are open source, pre-trained, and that we can just download, run locally. We don't feed any sensitive information back to big tech. So that's what we typically do in the team. Floor will have a talk about this later, so I won't go into any details here, but stay tuned for that. Another thing that I want to mention, what we did partly in the HoliFood project combined with some sister projects, is that we pooled all the FSAT data to make a very big data set that we need ourselves as well to develop these kind of models. We called it the Comprehensive European Food Safety Database. But to be fair, we worked back from the acronym because we just wanted to have a cool and easygoing acronym there. But what we did there is we pooled roughly 1,000 CSV files. Nowadays there are even more in there. It's over 400 gigabytes of data, 15 million samples and 400 million analytical results. And naively, I tried to open one of these CSV files in my Python environment with pandas, and my computer just shut down, it crashed. So we really needed to make some smart choices to make a database that's optimized and also that speaks the same language. That's where these ontologies come in. Those are like dictionaries for these data files. And we put it all into one big data set. With that, you can, for example, look at trends over time, or do some analyses on food contaminant combinations, do country-based analyses, or make AI models. The AI models Leonieke will tell a little bit about after this talk. But just to show some results from that paper, you can look at trends. So here we have grouped contaminants based on some sort of hierarchy, and the size of the bubble is how many measurements are in there, and the color bar is how often they were contaminated by some sort of contaminant. We could also look at trade flow diagrams. Here we see what kind of country of origin and country of measurement contamination kinds were most often visible. We also made a free open dashboard for this to really dive into that and to also download your data. It's not published open yet. It's still on our own internal server, but we plan to do that during or after summer. But Floor will also have a Floor's over there. Floor will also have a poster about this tomorrow, and I think we have a laptop open there where you can also really look into the dashboard. Okay, so an example of how we use this kind of data. All right. Yeah, an example of how we use this kind of data. This is work from Thijs. Are you here, Thijs? No, I did see his name, but he's not here yet. Here we looked at tetrodotoxins in shellfish, and we had roughly 1,200 samples. A couple of them were above the limit of detection, and 44 above the legal limit. And we used data that is publicly available to try to predict which ones would be contaminated with this toxin. And it worked pretty well. This is a receiver operating curve, and the higher up top this line is, the better it is. You can read all about it in this paper. But yeah, this is just a model output. Why does it work? This is a field that we also dive into quite a lot. How to explain these models. That is with a field called explainable AI. And I have a little quiz. If you already know these examples, you're not allowed to play. But this image is classified as a horse. And any idea why that is the case? Someone who doesn't know it yet. I'm just going to point if if nobody says anything. You look like you have an idea. The white animal, that's a very good guess. No, it's not true though. It was classified as a horse because there's a little watermark in the bottom. And that is called verderfotoarchief.de, which is Horse Photo Archive. And that's just a photographer who put a lot of photos on the internet, and then an AI model knew very well which was a horse because he just looked for this watermark. So it had the correct answer, but not for the correct reason. And when they removed this watermark and indeed was not classified as a horse anymore, they made even more silly things for this. So they added, I don't know if it's very clear, but this is an ugly photoshopped image of a convertible on a field, and they added the watermark, and it was indeed also classified as a horse again. When they removed it, it wasn't anymore. Okay, I see some people laughing, this is funny, but this also happened in real life scenarios. So this is an example of one of the COVID papers that was very abundant when COVID hit, where everyone could use AI to predict COVID from CT thorax. Any idea why the one on the left is classified as a COVID positive patient and the one on the right is not? Yeah, could be. Yeah. Any other guesses? Yeah, you're the first one in 3 years who guessed it correctly. Did you know it? Okay, it is indeed the letter R. Yeah. So a radiologist thinks from the patient. So the R is for right, it's on the left side of the picture. And with the COVID-positive patients, they were all in the middle. But they needed something to train their model with COVID-negative patients. But the hospital shut down, so all the images that they have were of COVID-positive patients. So they used data from the internet, which had a different location of the R, and the algorithm was very good at predicting COVID, but for the wrong reason. Well, okay, so this is to show that we really need to dive into why these models say what they say. And we also did this with these tetrodotoxin examples. This is something called a chat plot. I'm not asking you to really dive into it very deeply, but what we can see is that we can rank the features that we used in our model and see which one were mostly driving the predictions of this contamination. So this is a very good starting point, I think, to really see why your model does what it does. But what Thijs also did is he looked at the cases that were classified correctly. So this was classified as a contaminated case, and it was also correctly classified as a contaminated case. And what you can see is that the features overall for the positive class and so the explanations and from this measurement, they align very well. When we look at one that is wrongly classified as a positive case, then we can see that these explanations deviate a lot. So you can also use this explainable AI to really audit your tool. And I think that is super interesting and something that we should use more often in the field. Leonique, who's sitting on the front row, also with the same data set, she looked whether we could find toxins based on remote sensing image, and roughly the same amount of data. With a foundation model from satellite images, she found that an 88% she could accurately detect whether there's a toxin in there or not. I won't go into a lot more details, but this is an example of how you can also do it with images, satellite images in this case. We also look at images at a much smaller scale. These are pictures of Petri dishes, and these are not from ourselves, but this is open data where we trained our network on. And Dan made something called a grounded SAM2 that he fine-tuned on bacterial colonies. So this is a combination of two algorithms. Thanks. This is a combination of two algorithms, and this is trained to detect horses and to detect clouds and to detect cats and dogs. So it didn't work very well. But what Dan did is he found a data set online of also agar plates with quite a different domain. So it wasn't used for microbiology for food safety, but he could use it to fine-tune the detection algorithm. And after that, we were very good at detecting these bacterial colonies and then used a segmentation model to really pinpoint, okay, where exactly are these colonies? And this we will use at WFSR to really automate our lab analysis as well. To do that, we also build a machine. It looks like an old PC that you might have had. If I look at the ages of this crowd, then probably you had a PC like this. But instead of a CD bracket, you now just put a Petri dish in. And then we can make higher quality images than what you would do on your tabletop with your cell phone. And this is an early example of how it worked. Here we wanted to find the difference between these blue dots and the blue dots with a yellow halo around it. And it wasn't perfect yet, but you can see that it quite accurately finds the ones that we're looking for. This is sort of still quite a simple example. So we also tried more difficult Petri dishes. And without any manual labeling, we already got quite good results, but it was breaking down at some point. So what we're doing now is we had our first initial AI model that we used and trained, and now we are annotating these bacterial colonies to feed the model with more detailed input so that we can fine-tune it even better. And then over time, we think that we would have a very well-working algorithm in our microbiological labs. The last one that I want to talk about, I think also for this crowd may be very interesting, is something that we're building on a high-resolution mass spectrometry data set, an LC-HRMS data set. And this is the team. I hope I didn't forget anyone. But did I forget anyone? Oh, yeah, it's an old picture. But so what we're doing there is we're making such a foundation model with our own data and really an HRMS foundation model for food safety. We just published, I heard from Andrea before this talk that it was finally accepted. We published an outview on how to do that and really also summarize briefly what is out there and then dive deeper into what we think we need for such a foundation model. And we're, of course, also building it ourselves already. So what you typically do classically is you have a labeled data set of mass spec data and you use that for a task, let's say annotation of your peaks. Then you want to do sample classification, but you don't really have the correct labeling, so you need a different data set with different labels again. And then you have your end task, can be as many as you want. And you want to predict chemical properties, for example. Then you maybe need another data set, and they're all different data sets, so it's very labor intensive and also costly to really label all of these data sets. What we propose is that we just throw all the unlabeled data in there, build a foundation model, and look at the tasks later on. So then we fine-tune our model into different tasks that we want to be able to predict. And we think that this is really the new horizon in this field, and luckily our reviewers agreed with us. So how are we going to make it? You do that using a transformer. It's not a transformer like this, but the architecture is called a transformer. And we have a lot of data internally in our institute. We have data-dependent acquisitions and data-independent acquisitions. And to give you an idea of the size, we have a little bit over 800 million spectra. And those we are now feeding into such a foundation model to really train it. We need a lot of compute for that as well. So it sounds easy now, but we really had a lot of brainstorms on how to do that. But maybe next time that I see you, we can share some results on how well it works. Okay, this is the last slide. And if you want to make a picture, maybe this is the most important one, because we're also going to host a conference next year. What we are missing in this field is a venue where you can have proceedings, which we are used to in computer science, that you have a very cool idea, but you don't have the entire paper already thought out, but you want to publish your idea and share it with the world, this kind of conference will be a venue for that. So if you have a very technical solution that you want to propose, and you can fill 8 pages for that, it will be indexed in Scholar, etc. And then next year we will have a conference nearby here to see all of those results. Okay, thanks. Do you have time for questions? 1, 2 questions? Go ahead.
Thanks for this really interesting insight. I mean, what is standardization meaning in the context of what you're showing? You're showing all these models, you're showing all these constraints, black box. I mean, with like a lot of other methodology, is there any standardization ongoing so that all these models are compared and that there's a consensus somehow found that this is the right way to do it?
Yeah. I have 2 answers for that. So first, we have standardization of the models, what you mentioned in the end. What we typically have is benchmarks. So, I think that is something that our field can also learn still from other fields, that we publish open benchmarks where people can just, it's typically called a challenge, it's sort of like a competition where multiple teams can submit their solutions. Typically, they also submit their algorithms in a Dockerized format so that it can run, and then you can really see which one works best under those circumstances, of course. But that's a standardization on the algorithm side, I would say. And on the data, there's something to be said for both. I think it's good to standardize as much as we can, but at the same time, it's also good to have as much data as we can. And if the standardization holds that back, I would not focus only on standardization. Does that answer your question?
But is ISO, for example, ISO, the International Standardization Organization, do they work on standardization of those tools?
I don't know for sure, but what I do know is that if we would want to have something land in our statutory tasks, that we need to go through all of these validation and accreditation steps. So then we do need to follow that procedure.
Hello. Yeah, you can hear me. Perfect. Hello. One question about your models and the training datasets that you used. Have you tried to work with a training dataset different than image data, like from image analysis data, like more simple numerical tables, and so on?
Yeah. So the one of the toxins in shellfish, that's of course just tabular data.
But does it use a foundation model as the last you saw? Because that was very intriguing.
That one used an LSTM, but we also tried it with a foundation model. We tried TAPI event, for example, but it didn't outperform it a lot. But yeah, tabular data, image data, what else are we looking at? MS data, text, of course, the LLMs. Yeah, but I had to make a selection.
I know.
Yeah.
And to be fair, like the most models using transformers are more focused on the image analysis part, to be fair.
Okay, yeah, and text, of course.
Yeah, but because I was working mostly with tabular data, for example, and I want to see if those type of tests have been done also with those.
Yeah. I can send you some papers later. There are quite some foundation models for that as well.
We can discuss for a coffee.
Yeah.
Good for the coffee. Next up, Leonika.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Leonika van den Bulk. I am a data scientist at Wageningen Food Safety Research, and I'll be showing you some slides on holistic AI models for emerging risk prediction, both in feed and food. So the agenda for my talk, I'll give a quick background on emerging risks and holistic models. And then I will present 2 different projects. One is about prediction of hazards in feed. This was in a project called Pro-Risk Feeds, which we did with feed companies. And of course, the other is about HoliFood, where we predicted hazards in food. So you already saw this slide. Emerging food safety risks can happen in different ways. And for prediction models, we are focusing specifically on the first, so increased exposure to known hazards. And that is just because it's a bit easier to predict. It's hard to predict when a new hazard might arise or if increased susceptibility might happen. But the increased exposure we can do with the drivers of change. And for this, we use a holistic approach because we want to make the food safety system a bit more proactive. At the moment, it's quite reactive. We look at our monitoring data and we see that something has already happened. But we want to make predictions about when dangerous things might occur. So, using this holistic approach, we use the drivers of change to see if we can predict when hazards might happen. And these drivers of change are, we can use many. They can be socio-cultural, geopolitical, demographical, environmental. It doesn't really matter as long as it has some kind of impact on our food safety system. Okay, so machine learning, you just saw a very nice presentation from Bas about this, but just to quickly reiterate, we have data and we have labels. So in this case, we are talking about the more classical supervised approach, and the model starts to learn the connection between the data and its labels. It does so by trying to update its parameters to minimize the error between its predictions and the actual ground truth. And then in the end, we need to validate the model. This is an important step, because then we can see if the model actually performs well for data it has not seen before. So in this case, the yellow circle was not in our data set, and then it should still be able to say, this is a circle. And what is also important to note here, it doesn't just say, I think it's a circle, it also gives us a probability. So in this case, I think it's 90% a circle. And we can use this probability to say how sure the model is of its prediction. And the higher the probability, the more we trust the model's output. So in the projects that I will present, this is the workflow of the prediction models. We use the monitoring data. We link that to the drivers of change. We put that all into our prediction model. And then in the end, we hope to get per region or per country a kind of risk score of how likely it is that anything might happen for a particular hazard and a particular contaminant. For machine learning models, it's really important we use good data. In this case, we used the EFSA monitoring data that we obtained from the Chef's database. And for the feed project, we also used the private monitoring data from feed companies. And this monitoring data contains measurements from countries all around the world, mostly sampled in the EU. And they have many different products, many different contaminants, and really millions and millions of measurements. And that makes us happy, because in machine learning, the more data there is, the better the models perform. So the happier we are as data scientists. And this information in the monitoring data, you probably know it's product, contaminant, analytical results, origin country, and so on. And then we couple that with the driver data. And the drivers were selected in collaboration with our food safety experts, because we didn't want to miss any drivers that might influence the food safety system. And we're not just talking about a couple of drivers, right? We're really talking about hundreds of different drivers that the model is using to make these predictions. So overall, the categories that you can divide the drivers in, it can be climate, temperature, precipitation, humidity. We already know this is quite important for mycotoxin prediction, for example. But we also use economical data, trade routes, prices, the consumption, but also the energy costs, which at the moment is a big one. And then we have social drivers, the human development index of a country, the press freedom of a country, but also political ones, like how corrupt is a country, how is its legal system set up, how is the food safety and the food security overall. And then, last but not least, is the agricultural drivers. how much is being produced in a specific country, the emissions, the manure, and how much pesticides and antibiotics are actually being used on average. So the first project, Pro-Risk Feed, we used the monitoring data from the feed companies themselves. So we had almost 2 million analytical results from over 200,000 different feed samples. And those samples can be things like maize or barley or wheat, but also compound feed. And the data came from 2010 until 2023. And as you see in the plot, it's actually most pesticide data. And that is just because there are many more types of pesticides that we are measuring than any of the other contaminant groups. So we had mycotoxins, heavy metals, and dioxins as well. But over 80% of it was pesticides. And ideally, we wanted to predict if a sample would be above the legal limit. But the problem with this data, or actually, which is good from a food safety perspective, is that there are quite a limited amount of samples that are actually above the legal limit. And for machine learning models, this is not as nice. In our ideal world, the labels are equally distributed. And here we had quite a skewed data set. So in the end, we had to pivot a bit, and we went with half of the legal limit instead, just to create a model that wasn't good enough. For pesticides, we did it a bit differently, because there were so many pesticides that we didn't want to put them all into the model, and we talked with our food safety experts, and they said, yeah, we don't actually care which pesticides is above, in this case, the MRL. We just want to know if any pesticide is above the MRL. So we aggregated across all the pesticides and just trained the model to predict if any of them would be above the MRL. So onto some results. We tested many different types of machine learning models, and in this case, the CatBoost model performed the best. The CatBoost model is a model that's based on decision trees, so it creates lots of decision trees and then aggregates across them to get the final predictions. And what we see here is a confusion matrix with the false positives, false negatives, true positives and true negatives. And this is the mycotoxin results you see here. We only used 2023 as our test data. So the model was trained on 2010 until 2022. And then we just used 2023 to see if the model would actually generalize to an unseen year. And as you can see here, 70% of the positive samples was actually accurately classified, 80% of the negative samples. So overall, we were quite pleased with these results. The only downside is we really trained these models to pick up on the positives as best as it can. But as a consequence, you do generate some more false positives. So the balance between the false positives and the true positives is still quite skewed. But if you look at the amount of true negatives, those are way more. So if you can use this as input for risk-based monitoring, you can still skip quite a lot of samples that are actually probably not as interesting. So for heavy metals, we also had some nice results, 80% for both the positive and the negative class. Dioxins was a bit of a different story just because we had way less data than any of the other contaminant groups. Still 90% for the positive class, which is actually the best that is among these four groups, but only 60% of the negative were accurately classified. But still relatively good results, I would say. And then lastly, the pesticides, almost 90% accurately classified for the positive class, 70% for the negative class. So overall, I think this would be useful input for any risk-based monitoring. Then on to HoliFood. So we had the three supply chains that we built models for, but today I will be only talking about the poultry model just because that was the newest model that we built. And I have to give credit where credit's due. Dan did most of the modeling here. So most of the poultry data in the EFSA data is actually meat from broilers. And we wanted to look at microbiological hazards here instead of chemical ones, because those are one of the main food safety concerns in chicken or poultry. And I think it's also a bit different. Most of the models that we've seen so far are all about chemical contaminants. So we wanted to see if it would also work for microbiological ones. So Salmonella and Campylobacter were the most prevalent in the data that we had, so we built a model for each. Overall, for Salmonella, we had 4% positive cases, and for Campylobacter, 11. And if you look at the plot, most of the meat actually came from carcasses, and that was also the most contaminated type of meat that we have. So in this project, we did it a bit differently than the pro-risk read project. We didn't try to predict per sample, but we tried to predict per country, just to get a more risk based on a country level. And in this case, what we're looking at is the predicted rate on the y-axis, the actual rate on the x-axis. And the actual rate, we just mean, like, if a country tested 100 different samples and 10 of them were positive, then we have 0.1 in this case, positive rate. And for the models, we use this probability that I talked about. So if the model was 20% convinced that that a specific country would have positive samples, then the rate would be 0.2 in this case. And you can see that we're quite close with our predictions to the actual rates. So for Salmonella, we had 0.08 root mean squared error. For Campylobacter, this was 0.03. But especially in Salmonella, we do see an under prediction of the actual rate. And that is because the test years that we used, 2023 and 2024, actually had higher rates than the data had seen before. So the models had a bit of a tough time predicting the right rates, but we think if we add these 2023 and 2024 rates to the trained data, that the newest models will become a bit better in predicting higher rates. And of course, we also looked at the explainability of the models. What we see here are the top 10 features that are most important to make the predictions. For Salmonella, interestingly, this was the consumption of chicken in the sampling country. And for Campylobacter, this was the production of poultry. And if we color these by the different categories, then we get a very colorful plot. But on the left, we see that for Salmonella, actually consumption and economics was one of the most important drivers. And on the right, it's a bit more varied, but we see quite some agricultural drivers in the top 10. But for the climate factors, temperature was important for both of them. So place 4 for Salmonella is actually the average maximum temperature. And for Campylobacter is on place 2 with the average minimum temperature. So both the hazards are actually influenced by drivers across the board from these different categories. Okay, I think that was all I had time to show you today. Thank you for your attention, and feel free if you have any questions.
There's time for one question. Yes.
Thanks. Thank you very much for the presentation. I hope you can hear me.
I can hear you. Yeah.
What I wanted to ask is about the prediction of mycotoxins. What was the spatial scale of your model? And what was the spatial scale of the drivers? Was it the same? Was it different?
Yeah, so I think you mean these results, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so the scale of the data was actually sample-based. So we knew exactly when a sample was analyzed. And what we did is we kind of reasoned when it would have been grown. So when the harvest would have been taken place. And then we took all the weather and the climate data for that period of the growing season. And then we predict, in the end, based on months, because the sampling is not as much linked to the harvest as you would like. So that was monthly based in the end.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we've heard a lot about machine learning and modeling and prediction, but also emerging risks, and this brings it all a bit together, but it could have been, I think, a case in Bas's presentation. So I'm Nina, and I think I know most of you, and I'll be talking about prediction models for emerging mycotoxins in cereals. So I think a lot of you already know what are mycotoxins, but they are toxic secondary fungal metabolites. And we often think of azerolone, aflatoxin, and these are very chemically toxic contaminants that we find in our food, possibly, I think, the most toxic. But here we're focusing on emerging mycotoxins, which are less or unregulated mycotoxins, usually because their toxicity is less well known or less researched. And as a consequence, they are often also not sampled because there is no maximum limits, which means there's much less data available than some of these amazing examples we just saw. And here we focus on alternaria, ergo-alkaloids, iniatin, and bofurin. So very briefly, a little picture of a machine learning model, which is a supervised one. We're taking weather data and historical mycotoxin data that we received from one of our project partners, and we want to predict the occurrence of emerging mycotoxins in our food, and specifically at cereals. And this is the first time this is being done for emerging mycotoxin in cereals. For the meteorological data, we have two types. We have an aggregated set, which is taken over the whole period leading up to our harvest date, such as the temperature sum, but also specific events, such as drought events or rainy seasons. And then for every week, we have an aggregated weather set per country. And this is taken from hourly grids of 25 kilometer by 25 kilometers. For the model specifically, we look at wheat and maize, simply because the most samples were available for these cereals, and same for the countries Austria, Denmark, France, Germany, Italy, and Poland. They had the most samples. We'll look at 2014 to 2023, and we had 3,700 approximately unique samples available. Unfortunately, there wasn't any agronomic metadata collected, so we had to use a harvest-based estimate using the temperature sum, which estimates when phenological stages occur, so that we could link our weather data to those moments. And we used the binary target, so either is it present or is it not present. For the modeling, we started quite simply with some regression models, and then we moved on to more difficult things, such as the feature selection, hyperparameter optimization, and we're using classifying machine learning models. We used different types, but we looked at which one had the best performance. Also, same problem as Leonika mentioned, there was some imbalance in the data set, so we used some balancing techniques, specifically SMOTE and Addison. For our maize, we found the random forest have the best performance, and for the wheat, we found the logistic regression to have the best performance. As we've learned in Bas's presentation, if this area under the curve is a 1, we can have a perfect score. At a 0.5, it's the same as throwing a coin. So a 50-50 chance you'll have the correct score. So I think we can say that the performance is modest. So in the end, we did manage to achieve our aim. The first models were developed. However, as I said, the performance could have been a little bit better. And when we're looking at these different iterations of models, they tend to do really well on either specificity or sensitivity. And here we found models that were doing a little bit similar on specificity and sensitivity, leading to a better area under the curve, but maybe not as useful for the risk flagging. Some possible causes of this is that the harvest date is estimated. You can imagine that if we estimate a harvest date that's 2 weeks before the actual harvest date of that sample, we're missing 2 weeks of meteorological input that could be very crucial for the occurrence of emerging mycotoxins. And we only had country-level information, so we don't know the specific region. And when you're aggregating on country level, for example, in a country like Italy, it's very different between north and south, so it might not accurately reflect the growing conditions that the sample was under. With some practical implications, we could use this for risk flagging and early warning of these emerging risks. And our recommendations are recording crop phenological metadata so that we can more accurately link weather information and also more specific region information. So our aim is achieved. There is still room for improvement, but there is definitely a use case for practical output. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation, very interesting. One point came to mind, so you're training the model on data you have from different countries, and the decision if the sample is positive depends actually on two issues. Either the actual presence of mycotoxins, but the second is the limit of detection.
Yeah.
So, and I assume you have data from different generated by different methods. So do you take that into account?
And in most instances, the limit of detection and the limit of quantification was mentioned per sample. So we use the limit of detection as our threshold. So if it was detected, yes or no, and then.
Yeah, but how comparable is it if you use data with different LODs?
That's the thing with these samples. Some of them are using different detection methods. We had to use the detection method that was attached to that sample, so we couldn't take a different detection method and use the LOD or the LQ of that. So it was a case of the data we had, data they used.
Well in time. All right, next up is Gordon from, am I saying that right? Yeah, Biosense. So you're affiliated with the FoodSafeR project. Take it away, good luck.
Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed your coffee break. I know I did. I'm Gordon Memic from Biosense Institute, and I will speak today about use of satellite imaging for mycotoxin prediction. In the era of climate change, Europe is the fastest warming continent, with the temperatures rising more than double the global average. To be up to date with the official reports, you can check Copernicus Climate Change Service. As a result, we have more frequent and more intense droughts. That is very often followed with a pest invasion, like European corn borer, and also occurrence of mycotoxins. For example, in one of the most recent papers by Professor Krska, they showed for the very first time the occurrence of aflatoxin B1 in maize in Lower Austria in 2024, correct? So, as a consequence of these factors, maize yield is reduced. And also aflatoxin is found in maize and milk both. That leads to economic losses, but also represents a health threat. This figure here illustrates the example of severe drought that occurred in Serbia in 2012 with huge consequences. So, in the FoodSafeR project, Biosense team worked on a subtask with a quite clear research question. Can we use satellite imagery to develop a prediction model of major mycotoxins in maize fields? Mind that this is not haiku. So, what was the aiming goal of this task? It was to try to get the information about potential contamination of the maize while it's still in the fields, before the harvest, before it's mixed with the rest in the silos, before potentially can affect the other healthy maize. So this should be a foundation of an early warning system that Cormac mentioned during his presentation, for example. So to start with the satellite data, from ESA, from Copernicus program, there are freely available satellite images from Sentinel-2. It has 13 bands in optical and infrared part of the spectrum, with a pixel size up to 10 by 10 meters squared, pretty high spatial resolution, and it revisits every 5 days. So we searched the literature. We started from the satellite vegetation indices, which are calculated from these 13 bands, and you probably heard about NDVI, the most popular vegetation index referring to plant health, mainly the greenness of the plant and the chlorophyll content. We also selected some varieties, some variations, let's say, of NDVI. We identified plant senescence reflectance index as potentially useful input feature. We also found some disease indices in the literature and included canopy moisture index as well. For the maize data, as you might remember from the presentation by Nina, project partner provided the data which were not georeferenced. There was just information about the country. So for combining that with the satellite data, it is impossible. So we had to come up with a plan B. Then with the help from our colleagues from Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Novi Sad, and with the help of the farmers willing to share their maize with us, we managed to collect 143 samples in 2 growing season 2024 and 2025 from this northern part of Serbia, which is a region with quite intensive agricultural production. So after we grinded the samples and sent to Austria for chemical analysis, which was done by liquid chromatography and mass spectrometry, what were the results? Well, there have been some emerging mycotoxins like bovaricin, moniliformin, and alternariol, but also a lot of major mycotoxins like aflatoxin B1 and fumonizin B1. The values of these 2 mycotoxins range from 0, like non-infected, to 2,000 micrograms per kilogram, and for fumonizin up to 22,000. So now we had a maize data. We had to obtain the satellite data, and we did for the exact maize fields that you can see the location here from Google Earth Engine. They are already pre-processed there, so it's just, let's say, a download. But what was tricky? Here you can see the example of one field. It is quite narrow. The standard procedure is to use the buffers when you collect the satellite data. But here you can see that within your buffer, there are bordering pixels which you should not use. So we focused on the central pixel to be sure that we are getting the representative data from the field. Also, we used the cloud-free images because Sentinel-2 data are affected by the clouds. For the prediction, we consider this problem as binary classification. To define classes, we use thresholds based on the regulations. So for aflatoxin B1, we selected 20 micrograms per kilogram. For fumonizin B1, we selected 200. We had to lower the threshold a little bit to balance the classes, as we heard from in some previous presentations. So we started with some, let's say, standard and most common machine learning algorithms like support vector machine, random forest, and extreme gradient boosting. We implemented the pipeline in Python and, of course, did feature normalization, split the data into training and test set with a ratio of 80 to 20%. We did 5-fold cross-validation on the training data, and we optimized hyperparameters to get our models. What were the results? First, just to mention that we also did calculate Spearman correlation between concentration values and the mean value of vegetation index in the period from end of June to mid-August, overlapping with the reproductive stages of the maize and the phases when maize is quite sensitive to the infection, but before the harvest. So when we calculated the correlation, we got not so good results. In most of the cases, correlations were weak or even very weak. Only in the case of 2024 and aflatoxin B1, we got some moderate correlations. And what will you notice is that positive correlation happens only with the plant senescence reflectance index, which one refers to how to say, not healthy is a plant, while all others which indices which are saying us about plant health had negative correlations, which is meaningful, but to get some, how to say, more realistic results, we need more data. The results of our models show the following. Let's say the best performing model for aflatoxin B1 was support vector machine with accuracy around 67%, meaning that in 2 out of 3 cases, our models predict the class properly. Comparing the other metrics, this one was recognized as the best model, let's say. For fumonisin B1, extreme gradient boosting showed the best results with 78% accuracy, meaning that in 3 out of 4 cases, model predicted the class accurately. But someone can notice these same values here for the accuracy for all the models. Why? Because there was so low number of samples in the test set, basically. So, to conclude, it is possible to classify between infested maize fields and non-infested using satellite data, but with some limited accuracy. To improve the performance of the models, we need much more data. This data must be georeferenced and also analyzed in a laboratory for mycotoxins. But a process of data acquisition can be digitized. Nina mentioned something in her presentation. For example, at Biosense Institute, we developed quite simple field app for Android smartphone. You go into the field, you take a photo, which is georeferenced, so you get exact coordinates of your field. You can also add some information if you have about the previous crop. You can enter the hybrid that is in that field. Also date of sowing, which is important for modeling, for the collection of satellite images, etc. Also to select the phenophase. I think Nina also mentioned this in her presentation as a future work. But you can add general assessment of plant condition. If you notice a green powder on a maize, maybe it's Aspergillus flavus. So maybe you can expect that there will be some contamination with aflatoxin B1, and you can just give some qualitative estimation. And with this, I will conclude my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Any questions?
Yes, thank you so much for your presentation. I saw that you split your train and test randomly. Are you not afraid for some leakage that is happening between your train and your test data?
Leakage in which sense?
That your test data is already influenced by the train data because it has seen it before?
No, because it's splitted, and as you can see, the data covering basically the whole region, wide geographical area. So the thing is that what we noticed, of course, the vicinity of the fields doesn't mean that you will get the same level of contamination. For example, you can see here a group of many fields. At some, maize is infested, in some it's not. And mainly it depends on the hybrid.
And each field is only sampled once then?
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
So no leakage.
Yes.
I think, Martin, did you have a question?
I have seen the data first time. So I'm asking for the granularity of data. You are pinpointing it down to single fields, but wouldn't it be sufficient to look for regions, for districts, to get a first indication of that there is something going into the wrong direction, and then you could go to this district on the ground and do a more detailed analysis?
The thing is that the following. If we had in the project georeference data, this could be on top of the prediction done by Nina, because she was doing regional prediction.
Yeah.
Here, this is quite focused at the level of 10 by 10 meters, at the level of the field.
Yeah.
So we were not able to do what you suggested. That was our ambition, but it was impossible to achieve with the data which was not georeferenced, unfortunately. But that would be very interesting to compare, to start from the regions and then to add this like prediction on a much higher spatial resolution.
We need a FoodSafeR satellite to shoot it
I
up
agree.
to the sky.
Time. Next up.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Axel from the German Federal Institute for Risk Assessment. In HoliFood, I built a little tool called Weak Signal Miner, and it ideally helps to do emerging risk detection in your organization. And I'm trying to get a little bit into the inner workings of this tool now. There's a paper in revision right now with the exact same title as shown here. So you can think of the weak signal miner as a seismograph for text. So a seismograph basically tracks the earth or surface shakings and rumblings over time. And we try to measure what would those shakings and rumblings be in text or in the semantics specifically. And then, you need a ruler and lean to your screen and measure. So why do we create such a tool? We want to address, you can call it a latency gap in emerging risk detection. So there is basically the assumption that weak signals or crises do not occur without weak signals or some sort of signal beforehand, but those signals carry a lot of uncertainty, and with that it does not make sense for any regulatory organization to pick up on it in an early stage, and organizations wait until this certainty accumulates to do some regulatory actions on that. So, and this tool should basically help with accumulating this certainty faster than it is right now. This is the so-called risk governance framework, and it actually helps me to situate where in the risk analysis process the tool would ideally be placed. And this is the pre-assessment phase. So if you could basically divide risk assessment and risk management, and you can see that this is some sort of a continuous process. So, and with that regard, the output of the tool, which is a early warning tool, would feed into risk assessment. Some background on the origins of weak signals. So they were first introduced by Ansoff in this paper called Managing Strategic Surprise by response to weak signals. And also here he made that statement that strategic surprises, and with that he was his case study was on the oil crisis back then, so that they rarely occur without warnings, but they have some sort of weak, fragmented pieces of information, which he defines as weak signals. And organizations, if they wait too long until the signal becomes strong, to take action, then basically they are already in the crisis management, and there could be some more proactive measures to be taken beforehand. But this was still, let's say, on the conceptual level. And then in 2012, it was Yoon, a Korean researcher, who first provided a way to actually measure weak signals or to calculate them. And for this researcher, it was simply, the weak signal was simply defined as something, a term in this case, with a low frequency of occurrence, but at the same time above average rate of increase over time. The weak signal mining done was basically to distinguish between emerging concepts, well-known concepts, and non-evolving concepts. This is how this was divided, basically. So the data was split into 3 quadrants in that case. So we have the weak signal with a low term frequency but a high degree of visibility. Strong signals are having a strong or bigger frequency, and at the same time a high degree of visibility, and everything that does not evolve over time is noise. And then basically this research on weak signals stopped. So there was not a lot of other researchers picking up this idea until HoliFood. And in HoliFood, basically, we tried to use the new evolving methods of AI, basically to try to make weak signal mining a little bit more accurate. So those are the areas of improvement for the tool. So we first of all turned term frequency into micro-topic frequency. So we tried to create topic clusters or clusters of terms, and with that we were basically able to not only collect synonyms under the same umbrella, but also to connect it to context, because there might be some cases where a risk is already known, but the context might be new in which it occurs. Also, we did a lot of work on the scoring and on the way the weak signals are ranked. This is the final weak signal mining workflow, and you can see that in the beginning and at the end there is a lot of manual work needed. And this is, I agree completely with this, the speaker from the beginning talking about the round table, where we still need a lot of human interpretation and also some sort of creativity in order to make sense of what could happen if a scenario becomes reality. And so there is those manual parts, and in the between there is an automatic pipeline. We have the topic modeling taking place. This is done with a library called Bird Topic. I didn't change a lot in this library, just fine-tuned some parameters there to create the right topic size, so that they are, so that basically risks are not drowned in already known risks, but are specific enough. And then there is the temporal aggregation and the scoring, which is sort of new approach to weak signal mining. And I go a little bit into the details here. So first of all, we need to basically chunk our data into discrete time buckets. And this is very much depending on what you're looking for. So dependent for the input data. So if you work with social media data, already days count. While if you work with scientific data, then it is more about, let's say, half year or quarters that are interesting for you. And also, if your work is more on the emerging risks or acute risk area, then you want to have a rather fine-grained time series, or if you are into more looking into some systematic shifts over time, you look into broader time spans. There are in the library that we've developed, there's the option to do this also automatically based on the data, because as we heard in other presentations also, good input is key for good results. And so there must be a sufficient density of data points for each time bucket, otherwise it doesn't make sense. So basically, you create such a topic share matrix in this phase, and this is then used to create the topic emergence score. And this is a compound score consisting of 2 separate scores or measurements. The first one is recency, and the second one is magnitude. Recency means how active or warm is the discussion at the moment. And this is done with a exponential decay function for all buckets starting from 1 to the most recent one. And also then there's this magnitude score that looks at basically sudden spikes in your data. And you combine this into a topic emergence score, and you can then also try with this weighting parameter to prefer one of the scores over the other, or you balance it 50-50 as you like. There's a optional functionality, which, as I said, it is quite hard to interpret the outcome of the weak signal miner. I have 5 minutes left, sehr gut. Very good. So you get this topic representations as shown here, and so you need a lot of domain knowledge to make sense of it or to tell a story of it. And in that case, there is the option to use an LLM to interpret basically this topic representations. It is optional because not all of our organizations are provided with the API key or with have the chance to use LLMs at the moment. Or in other cases, it's even better. So humans outperform LLMs in creating scenarios and stories out of topic representations. So then we went for the validation of this pipeline. And here it is a little bit tricky because you're trying to validate emerging risks. So it's hard to predict you have to look into the for historical data and do a retrospective analysis, for example. And so we try to do this with the one use case, which is one risk, which is PFAS. Here, first mentionings from an EFSA opinion were published in 2008. So we collected data from 2004 to 2007 and tried to find PFAS in there in a prominent position. We did the same with red yeast rice. So here the EFSA publication mentioning this risk is from 2018. And we collected data from 2010 to 2017 and tried to find it. And for the PFAS use case or risk, we were basically able to have it ranked in the top 10 of all 683 topics. And for the red yeast rice incident, we have a total number of 234 topics, and this risk was landing on the 3rd position. Yes. So this is quite interesting. We can say with that results that we are able to capture some sort of emerging risk. We definitely do not claim that it captures every kind of emerging risk, but effectively it helps you with narrowing down your search space as a risk assessor, and it tries to make this vast amount of textual data that is available more handy to review for you as a risk assessor. So it is available in the GitHub HoliFood repository, and there's also implementation of it available in the HoliFood dashboard. With that, I thank you, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
You said that you were looking for stories rather than keywords. Can you explain more what a story then means?
Okay, so it is the same that I tried to explain with this with context. So maybe I go back to this example. So the keywords in this case is this. We have this list of keywords consisting of Krutzi, which is a bug, or Chagas, which is a disease coming from this bug when leaving feces for example, in acai fruit. And there's also this, so for a researcher, it is first of all very hard to connect those different terms. And if there's even something like Atalea, which is a palm tree, in this list, then it is really up to your imagination to think of something like deforestation could actually increase the amount of those bugs in the certain area. And this is still what I also mean with human in the loop is still essential, because here it is really up to the researcher or the risk assessor to create the stories and use their imagination.
And the challenge is to keep it as small as possible, so to avoid to create unnecessary noise, to put too much in there.
Exactly. It is very crucial to create the right topic size, so that you don't drown this specific topic in a generalized bug infestation topic, or to have it too specific to leave, for example, Atalea out of the game.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Floor van Meer. I work as a data scientist here at Wageningen Food Safety Research, and I'm very grateful that Bas and Leonieke have already presented before me, since I can skip a whole lot of explanation on what large language models are, or what AI or machine learning is. Beforehand, I'll also say that I'm mostly presenting work of my colleagues, so also of Leonieke and of other colleagues today. So, it's been mentioned before, this is a graph that Leonieke made about scientific abstracts coming out about chemical contaminants in food, but this same graph we could show for news articles about food contamination. It just shows that it is not feasible for risk assessors to read every single bit of scientific papers or of news that is coming out, which could be relevant. And a way of dealing with this, I realized that Bas already showed this slide as well, but actually an updated version, is using large language models. I'm not going to go into here much deeper. There's plenty of them, but some of you, probably all of you, have used one or another. And the type of models we'll be talking about, we mostly get from Hugging Face, which is a place where you can get open source pre-trained models that you can use locally. What I'm doing today is I'm going to talk about 2 use cases on how you can use these large language models to automatically extract information about food risk or food safety risk. One of them was done as part of HoliFood, and the first one that I'm talking about was not. So to reiterate, there's thousands of publications in food safety that come out in scientific literature per year. And for food safety authorities, there's a need to very quickly be able to preventatively know what kind of chemical hazards are emerging. Right now, the state of the art of looking at this is using large language models. So this is also what we wanted to do. And in this case, colleagues Leonike and Neres looked at how to automatically extract chemical hazards from literature. And importantly, also, in the end, output this in a dashboard that domain experts can then use to actually act upon. So key steps in here, in the method. So 134,000 abstracts with keywords on chemical contamination and negative health effects were identified. And what they used was a small large language model. So not a model such as your Gemini or your ChatGPT, but a smaller model that's easier to run locally, although it was still run on a high-performance computing system. And they did this in two scenarios. One where the model was used out of the box as downloaded, and one where the model was retrained for this specific task. The outputs were then post-processed, and these post-processed outputs were then fed to a dashboard. So all I'll be focusing on today in the presentation is the two different scenarios and what the dashboard looks like. So the first scenario with just the LLM instruction. So the LLM was used with no changes. So this is sort of the easiest way of doing this, right? You download it, make sure that it works. Doesn't take, I mean, it takes a while to get it to work, but it doesn't take any pre-training. The instructions were done in natural language, and various ways of instruction were tried out. I don't know, I think the screen's big enough to sort of read. The prompt that was used was a step-by-step prompt, which means that it also mentioned the steps the model should use, but also the order that these steps should take. So the relevant information was extracted from the abstract, and then the output you see on the right here. So this was the final instruction that was that seemed to work the best. So the beginning is the task in steps. Also, the model was told what kind of pitfalls it could expect, so things that it shouldn't do, and also very specifically what the output should look like. Then the second option was to retrain an LLM. So this means that it was further trained to get specifically better for this specific task. So because the LLM itself is just used out of the box, and now we try to train it better on this specific task. But it does require annotated data, or we can also call it labeled data, what was referred to before. So that requires more work. The instructions were still done in natural language, and the best instruction from the first scenario was used for this one. So what does the workflow then look like? Well, you still give the LLM the same prompt, the article, but in this case, for the training data, it also gets the right answer to begin with. So what the dictionary output was in the first one. So, is it worth it? Well, so there were, the abstracts were annotated with 500 abstracts were used as a train set, and 100 as validation, and 150 for the test set. But it means that then for 500 abstracts, it had to be annotated what exactly the answer should be. And for the test sets, there were 50 abstracts used per test food. And in this example, we used Neris and Leonieke used, I should say, dairy, maize, and salmon. And here the question is it worth retraining? Well, in some cases, it certainly seems to be so. For dairy and salmon, retraining didn't add very much to the performance of the model, but for maize, it went from 70 to over 90% accuracy. So in some cases, the retraining does really seem to make the model more accurate. And this is a screenshot of what the dashboard can then look like. So you see the food, the hazard, and also the link to what the article was about. And of course, you can filter, for example, here, looking at mycotoxins in fish and seafood, you can immediately see what the findings were. You can then also make a more visual representation of that to see which foods and which hazards are associated together most in literature. Then another example, which is done by colleagues Neris and Eva, which is part of the HoliFood project. We wanted to make a knowledge graph based on emerging food safety risks from text. And what they did here was that they used over 90,000 articles with full text, where 20 metadata text fields per article were extracted. This very busy graph you see here is just the frequency of publication of these news articles that came out. So, and data was used from 2022 to January this year. Again, a stepwise prompt was used, so similar to the previous example I mentioned. And the model that was used was FoodSafeR from Microsoft. So 127,000 unique food chemical pairs were found, with about 70K coming from news articles and 60K coming from scientific articles. And what was easy to see, that from the news articles, the terms on both the food and the hazards were a lot more generic, because for general public, and also maybe a bit more trend driven. The most frequently occurring pairs were fish mercury, rice cadmium, rice arsenic, fruits pesticides, and fish methylmercury. And this is still ongoing work, but colleagues are working hard to create a knowledge graph representation of this, so that you don't only have the pairs, but also the relationships between the different pairs represented there. And that was what I wanted to show you for you today, and happy to take any questions.
Hello, thank you so much for the presentation. It was really nice. I was just curious, in the knowledge graph and the nodes, do you have any properties or in the relationships, or just comparing the pairs in the last work?
Yeah, so as I said, that was mostly work of my colleagues that I'm presenting. I see Leonieke nodding, so I'm just going to hand on the microphone here.
Yes, so currently there are no properties other than this hazard is occurring in this food. Okay. So that's, yeah. But it's a good idea to add more properties for sure.
Yeah, I was just curious. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation. Have you been considering any filtration of the abstracts and papers, speaking of maybe citations and quality, or we're just using everything that comes?
So for this case, we were just using everything.
But in future, how would you consider this?
Yeah, I think that depends on what you're really looking for, especially when also thinking of Axel's presentation and weak signals. If you wait for, let's say we take citations as a quality, and we only take papers that have a high number of citations. Citations take a while, take quite a long time. To like every year that you wait, you'll have higher citations. So then you have a chance that you might miss the newer. And especially the newer relevant things, and especially if you're wanting to look at emerging things, then I think you wouldn't want to wait for something to get enough.
Maybe it doesn't have to be just like citations, but like authors and their quality of their like Scopus index impact factor or something like that.
Yes, sorry.
Thanks.
So that's for questions for Floor. We have to stick to time. Next up is Eva, last presentation of this session, and then lunch.
Okay, I hope I know how to use this. Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Eva Konyak-Lalovic. I am from the University of Vienna, Faculty of Law. So I have a legal background, and I'm also part of the HoliFood consortium, where we mainly dealt with like data management and also legal and ethical framework. And part of that was also the AI Act. So this will also be the topic of my presentation. Hopefully you will be a bit less confused than me trying to understand different types of toxins and models. So I will do my best to explain this in a simple way. So the title of my presentation is the AI Act and Food Safety Research. And research is in brackets, so there is a reason for that. Maybe some of you have an idea already why, but if not, I will come back to this in the following slides. So this is just the agenda. So first, briefly about AI and food safety, then an overview of the AI Act, and then what are the implications of the AI Act in food safety research, and then a conclusion. So this will be just very brief because already my colleagues have explained how AI can be useful in food safety sector. But briefly, so the current approaches are very fragmented and reactive, as already mentioned, and the AI can, using different machine learning, computer vision, and other techniques, can then enables this shift to more proactive approach to food safety. With different techniques or methods like supply chain monitoring, contamination detection, and so on. And so it is very promising, but of course, it also has certain uncertainties and that bring risks, and not just in food safety, but also in general. And this depends, of course, on different factors, on the complexity of the AI systems, on their autonomy, on their reliability. And for that reason, the EU has adopted the AI Act. So I'm sure all of you have already heard about it, but just briefly, so it is the first ever legal framework worldwide, and it's a regulation, which means that it is binding and it's directly applicable in all EU member states. It is so-called product safety regulation, so that basically means that it mainly has provisions or obligations for providers to ensure that their product, so the AI system, is safe to use. And not only safe to use, but also that it respects fundamental rights and that it's human-centric, which makes it also trustworthy. So the subject matter is not only development, but also the use of the AI systems. So basically, there are obligations for developers, but also for deployers. And not only in the EU, so it, of course, there are obligations for providers in the EU, but not only established in the EU, but also in the third countries, as long as the output of the AI system is in the EU. So, for example, if there is an AI system that is developed by a Chinese or US company, which is the case for a lot of times, but they are basically having the outputs in the EU, so there are users in the EU who are using these AI systems, then the AI Act applies also to these Chinese or US providers. So this is so-called extraterritorial effect of the EU law. And it has this risk-based approach. So basically, it introduces prohibitions or requirements based on the risks and the likelihood of these risks or harms that the AI system presents. And before I come to these risks, I just want to talk briefly about the applicability of the AI Act, because there have been certain changes, very recent changes. So initially, it entered into force in August 2024, so this is almost 2 years ago, and it should have been applicable now in 2 months, so August 2026, with, of course, certain exceptions, but this was the plan. However, now, very recently, so in order to kind of boost EU competitiveness, as I mentioned, there are a lot of AI providers and developers outside of the EU that are very advanced. So that's why the EU has decided to kind of simplify the laws, that especially in the digital sector. And this is, they have done this with so-called EU Digital Omnibus that some of you maybe have heard about, which was proposed in November 2025. And now, so just a month ago, they have reached this provisional agreement. So this omnibus basically means it's a legislative package that with the aim to simplify different rules in the digital legal framework of the EU. And this affects not only AI Act, but also GDPR, so the Data Protection Regulation, the Data Act, and some others. And yeah, this is basically, as I mentioned, to kind of boost, to enable more innovation in the EU, and also to make sure that all the technical standards that are, for example, in the AI Act are in place before the AI Act is being enforced. So the main change that is proposed by this omnibus is the extension of the enforcement deadlines, especially for high-risk AI systems. So initially they would be already applicable now in 2 months, but they changed that so the providers or developers have at least one more year, depending on the what kind of AI system. But yeah, so at least until December 2027. And there are also other changes. We don't have time to go through all of that, but I just want to point out one of them, which might be also relevant for the food safety or the food sector, especially for the agriculture, because in this omnibus there is also a proposal to kind of exempt all the AI systems that are of this industrial or machinery character. For example, machines equipped with AI systems, for example, to detect something, contamination and so on. So for these, now with this proposal, the AI Act will not apply anymore. But of course, there are still requirements in this sectoral legislation that still applies, but they try to simplify this. So yeah, there will be less requirements for such AI systems. And now coming to what actually is the kind of material scope of the AI Act. So AI systems are basically machine-based systems according to the AI Act, they have varying levels of autonomy. They may exhibit some adaptiveness after the deployment, so that means that they have these self-learning capabilities while they are in use. And they also infer, or they can infer from the received output, how to generate outputs. So how to generate, like we saw, predictions or recommendations or decisions that can influence physical or virtual environments. And now there are some exceptions to the applicability. So coming back to these brackets or research in brackets, so the AI Act doesn't apply for AI systems that are being developed or that are with the sole purpose of scientific research. So for example, in the EU projects like HoliFood, the AI Act doesn't apply. With this idea to kind of support or to support the development. However, it applies as soon as this AI system is being put on the market or is being put into service. So, of course, that means that indirectly it still applies also during the research, because in a way that you still have to consider what requirements will be applicable after this product will be put on the market, which is the aim of most of your projects, hopefully, or that is in some way put into service. There's also this exception of the AI systems that are used only for non-professional activities. So for these cases also there is no obligations. And then also interesting for EU projects, for example, this exception that it doesn't apply to AI systems that have this free or open source license. However, there is an exception to this exception. So as soon as they are placed on the market and they are categorized as high risk, then again, it applies. So yeah. And for that, now I will come to this categorization of different categories of risks that is in the AI Act. So the first one is all the AI systems that present unacceptable risk, so clear threat to safety, livelihoods, rights. All of these kind of AI systems are prohibited. And some examples of these are like harmful AI-based manipulation, deception, social scoring, or emotion recognition in the workplace. Okay. Thank you. And yeah, this is a bit less relevant, I think, for food safety, but I will come to that also in a minute. And then the second category is high-risk AI system, which is probably the most relevant. And these are the systems that pose some kind of risk to health or safety or rights. And for these, there are mandatory obligations that apply. And basically, there are two ways how an AI system can be categorized as high risk. Either it is used as a safety component, or is itself a product that is regulated by one of the EU regulations that is listed in the AI Act, and under which the third-party conformity assessment is required. And this most often applies to, for example, medical devices. But again, this digital omnibus is also kind of narrowing down this definition of the safety component. So only if its purpose is to prevent or mitigate risks to the health and safety, then it's considered a safety component. And then the second way is if it's used in one of these so-called sensitive fields that is also listed in the AI Act, and these would be AI systems used in, for example, law enforcement or migration, but also critical infrastructure. And for all of these high-risk AI systems, there are several obligations that are mandatory. For example, the providers need to ensure adequate risk assessments and mitigation systems. They need to make sure that the AI systems are being trained on the adequate, representative, high-quality data sets, and also to provide detailed documentation for authorities, but also for the users, and to implement appropriate human oversight measures. And then there is the third category, limited risk. So for these, only transparency obligations apply, for example, to inform users that they are interacting with the AI, to label AI-generated content, and so on, for example, chatbots. and then there is a minimal risk for which no obligations actually apply. And now coming back to this AI Act and the food safety, so as you can imagine, unaccepted risk or this category has a limited relevance in food safety. This would only be if you can imagine, for example, some manipulative or deceptive AI in nutrition apps that would kind of exploit a cognitive decline of a user to kind of drive the subscription and that they buy different nutrition supplements and so on, which is a bit unlikely, at least in food safety kind of sector. And then the high risk is, so there is these two ways that I mentioned, and one would be that the AI system is a safety component. And here, I guess it's good news for food safety because the core EU regulations that on food safety are not included in this AI Act. There are certain regulations that could potentially be relevant for food safety. For example, regulation on these agriculture vehicles, for example, tractors using AI systems to prevent harm, or machinery regulation, any other equipment using AI to, for example, detect contamination and so on. For these could also potentially be categorized as high risk, depending, of course, on their how autonomous they are, how reliable they are, and so on. And yeah. And then there is also relevance through other sectors, like if they would, for example, overlap with medical device regulation, for example, nutrition support or nutrition decision support AI systems, and so on. So this would be one way, which is not directly relevant, but of course it's possible that they could be categorized as high-risk AI systems. And the second way would be that the AI system is used in a field that it's considered sensitive, and the closest would be critical infrastructure, but this is more for like supply of gas or electricity and so on. So food or like providing food is not listed as one of such fields. So that's good news. Okay, and this is just the very last slide. So basically, the research exemption under the AI Act supports development and testing of AI in food safety contexts, since it doesn't directly apply, but of course we have to keep in mind what are the requirements for after it's placed on the market. Generally, it's not, so it is unlikely that they would be, or that such AI system would be categorized as unaccepted risk, so that they would be prohibited. I think high risk could be potentially possible, but only in cases when there is like in agriculture, for example, machinery and so on, that in this kind of like devices or machines, like AI systems would be implemented. In these cases, they could be considered high risk. But even if not, there is still this broader regulatory landscape that applies even if the AI Act doesn't apply. So also the ethical AI frameworks, the GDPR, Digital Services Act, and also Product Liability Directive. Okay, I hope I didn't go too much over time. That's all.
Thank you. It was very, very interesting perspective, different from predictive modeling or mycotoxins directly, but really relevant for our field. You said that all the ACTA is human-based rights-centric in some way. So I'm curious about the point you mentioned in terms of this is, I take exactly the words, not explicitly applied to project with the sole purpose of scientific research, let's say. But I can imagine that you could deal with a research project at the very end, very close to the, let's say, marketing phase or something like that. So what about, was there a debate, a big debate on this point? What's your opinion on that? Because I think it's quite risky to, let's say, put apart this even if it is sole scientific research based, in terms of deviating into the wrong direction?
Okay. I'm not sure if I understand correctly. You mean that some developers could misuse or try to abide?
Right. Yes, with the excuse of the scientific research until the very thin borderline on the market, let's say.
Yeah, but I think that's a risk that it's possible for any kind of law. So yeah. I'm not aware of any a huge debate on this specific point.
Okay.
But I think since so much money is invested in developing, usually there is a need to kind of sell this and to get back these investments, so to put it on the market or in the service. So I can't really imagine a case, or I haven't heard of a case that's this.
Okay,
yeah.
but thank you.
But thank you. Yeah. Oh, I think.
This would not be, what you discussed was mostly about the science part, right? What if food safety regulatory authorities start taking things more on board? Let's say an example, which I don't see happening in real life here. Assume it, let's say a food safety authority uses an algorithm to decide that a restaurant should close because they'll probably be prohibitive. They'll probably break rules based on what their algorithm says. Would that not still not fall under high risk?
I think no, under these categories or these ways how to be categorized as high risk, actually no. Yeah, because it's not considered as a field that would be sensitive or yeah.
But it is sort of, I think one of the things is when it has a large impact on people or people's employment or.
Oh, yeah. Well, in that case, it could be if it's but it's the AI Act is quite strict in this, in which cases it would be prohibited. Of course, for example, this emotion recognition in the workplace.
Yeah.
If this would be in the food authority, then yes, then it would be prohibited. Yeah.
Okay, no, just curious. Yeah.
Okay. But I just want to say it's not really in that sense. It could happen in any other sector, this manipulation, or so. It's in that case, it's not so tied to food safety per se. But yeah, of course, it can happen.
So, I hope you've enjoyed the lunch. And it was delicious, as there's still people eating. I would like to start the afternoon session. And the first block now is for risk communication. I think it was a very important part of this call to develop tools to communicate risks, emerging risks, to stakeholders. And the first, we have now 4 talks that deal with living labs and risk communication, and then there is a roundtable that is organized by Ludger, and the participants of the panel are then discussing that issue of risk communication. The first speaker is José Pluma. He is from IRIS. IRIS is a company that is based in Barcelona and has been responsible for work package 4 in FoodSafeR, and he's going to talk about the transparent digital hub for advanced hazard communication. Jose, please.
Okay, hello everyone. Thanks a lot for the introduction. Today I'm gonna do a little description of the FoodSafeR Open Digital Hub platform, in the sense of all the models that are inside, what are they used for, and far from understanding what are the different functionalities, what are the contexts why this data hub was created, what are the different objectives. We're gonna have an approach from a user perspective, in the sense to understand what are the different value insights that you can get from each section of the platform and understand how you can get as much use as possible from it, and at the same time as in the fastest way possible. So first I'm gonna start introducing what it's the platform itself, what is the FoodSafeR Open Data Hub. It's a European leadership moderated international platform, which is created to allocate the community of the FoodSafeR experts that with the help of backup shared data, collaborative workspaces, and AI-driven analytic tools, we aim to create a space to identify, understand, and create responses against different food safety hazards and risks and mitigate them as fast as possible. What's the reason behind this this platform? What are the point of aiming to finding this identification, this response to this risk? Normally in the food safety sector, most organizations and companies detect a specific risk and specific obstacles on their business model or the food process systems when a risk is already affecting them negatively in some way. So, for example, if you are decreasing your performance in some specific sector, or you detect an outbreach in your security safety protocol, is when you already detect the risk, and maybe by that time that a specific problem has arisen and became more complex, that is already causing damage. If you have the possibility to detect it earlier, it wouldn't be better to assess it in that time, no? So the objective of the platform is to be able to detect risk and hazards, even when these problems are still only a weak sign inside the sector that are not still affecting your organization, but is giving you already hints that this potential risk is rising and may affect you in the future. So the reason or the purpose of the platform itself is to allocate the community of professionals to join them and make them work proactively together to identify and manage these emerging risks for a better and healthier food supply for everyone. Probably you may know of other platforms that already help you detect different risks in your sector, in your market, or in your local supply chain processes. But I'm going to show you some of the arguments that we agree that not all of these places have, and we believe are quite important to ensure that these kind of platforms are really useful, are really effective, and these ones, not all of them have it at the end, no? One of the main factors that we believe is really important is the close and trusted in terms of information. One of the good things that we like to say about FoodSafeR Digital Hub is that all information that you're going to see there is well validated, curated, and filtered, in the sense that all the information you're going to see inside of it has been validated to give you the right insights, and all the information given has been proven in some way by specific papers, by experiments, by living labs, by any different official verification ways, to ensure that all the information you're going to see now there is relevant. Also, not only the source is being validated, but also the people that are going to be there. Every profile that's going to be implemented to the platform will have a validation process to ensure that everyone that's going to be inside there has some level of presence in the food safety sector, and there are not random people creating fake accounts to spread miscommunication or fake news in some senses, no? So you will always know who are you sharing information with, who is giving you information, and even be able to have some track and connect with the rest of the users for whatever collaboration you may want it. Also, wisdom of expert crowds. In what we try to refer here is that we're going to show you now some of the tools that we have, but one of the places or one of the models that we have, we use artificial intelligence to scan and filter large-scale bodies of information. But however, these tools are already giving you conclusions of possible risk, assessing you of strategy appliance to possible obstacles in your market. We always leave a space for expert judgment to really understand how the AI is taking this as a risk, how the AI is understanding the market, and leave the final decision for the expert. And also, this is a website that is a one-stop shop. We try to allocate all the sources available. We try to allocate all the experts around the world in one single place. So everything you wanted to look about safety, food safety, you will find it here. The platform follows all the models of the platform tries to, in some way, help the user process this different step as fast as possible. No, so you will find different tools that will help you detect possible risk. You will find other places where you can discuss these risks with other experts in public and private spaces. Also, workspaces where you can find these assessments between others and finding ways to correct or to create strategies to mitigate this risk, and also implementation systems to make it work. No? And also show the rest this awareness of or this implementation that you are putting, so other people can also implement the same strategies. The system is also categorized in different types of layers. We have tools that consist in make people interact with each other and create some sense of community. Then we have the other AI layer that are all the digital tools that take all the sources and works with AI to give you valuable insights and help you detect different hazards. And then the work layer, that is when once you detect this risk, finding these private places or public to assess all the risks founded. Now I'm gonna do the live demo quite quickly, but just give you some senses that you will have places that would remind you of a social media interface with the objective to make people interact with each other and post about all different topics related to food safety in order to find conclusions between themselves, filling knowledge gaps of any kind, and assess other people's questions and opinions. We also have the AI layer, which will help you, depending on the tools I'm going to show you now, to understand what are the trendy topics in the food safety sector, to understand what people are getting more interested in, and see where are these sources coming from. Also, other tools that will help you visualize all the risks that the community couldn't discover by themselves, but the AI, after doing all the large-scale volume of information analysis, they will give you some weak signals detections that the AI is gonna found, and you will be able to see what kind of anomaly the artificial intelligence is founding, and the source where all these risks and all these anomalies are coming from. And also some other tools for prediction of, based on historic data of all the sources we are linked to, how different products can be, how the market of those products will evolve with time to anticipate possible risk and increase the resilience of your organization at the end. We also have the work layer, also that all the sources that the platform is linked to, and you have different places where, depending on what kind of tool, what kind of source, what kind of website, what kind of intention do you have. You will have a specific place to go, but also the platform will help you understand or lead you when you don't have a specific place to go. It will give you options to, out of your curiosity, find things that you didn't even think about in order to find relevant information. And as I said before, you will also find private spaces where you can invite other professionals and assess risks that you identified, or the AI, or other partners, in order to find strategies to mitigate the risks. Yes. Also important to mention that we also have the app mobile that you can also download and use it. And we wanted to adapt the platform for the mobile app as well, because for hazards reporting, sometimes you will not be able to have the computer with you all the time, and when you want to report a risk that you found, and time is one of the main key important factors in that specific occasion, and you have to report it right away, it's important to always have the possibility to report it through your phone as well. No? So all the functionalities are also available in the app mobile. You have also here, we're gonna see now all the different tools, but just to let you know that we have all of them adapted to the phone size. And also, well, I will introduce you to the platform, but of course, feel free to get by yourself and start introducing and investigating inside the platform. I think these kind of places gets more value as more people are in, because as more interaction, as more reporting of experts at the same time, the more value you will get from the community areas, and also the more the AI is going to be fed by all these comments and all the links that are connected to it. So as more interaction, as more movement inside the platform, the better the insights you're going to receive. So now I'm going to jump to the live demo. I have it here, the platform already open. And I'm going to try to go fast. I don't know how I am with the time, but I will try to do it quickly. As you can see, you have all the different models here, and depending of the tool, the main objective of that section will be for detection of risk, for the assessment of them, for the implementation of these strategies, or well, you already saw the 4 steps that one of the tools can be focused into. But I'm going to start now with the home section, which is the communal posting area, where all users will be able to post about different topics related to food safety and the things they want to share with. The good thing about this platform, far from using as other social media but specialized in this sector, is that sometimes some of the risks that may affect your company or organization not necessarily have to come from an objective hazard report. Sometimes you can read a post of another user that is posting out of curiosity an experiment they did, that on their conditions and situation is not a risk for them, but maybe for you it is. So it's important always to have a look here, because by interaction between users, you can really find problems, or you can even improve your organization in some ways that you don't even thought about it, no? And it's a really good introduction also as a daily routine to come here inside and read curiosities of what other users are posting. And we try to make it as the interface as other social medias that you may know. Maybe you are seeing some similarities here with LinkedIn. And as other social media platforms, we like to give possibility to interact, making likes, commenting, also share with other social medias to bring more people also into the platform. Saving also comments or posts to check out later in your safe accounts, in your safe postings. You can also post, of course, your own posting topics, and it's quite simple form. You only have to write about what you want and attach a file, an image, or a video into it. Also, if you don't really know, if you know exactly more or less the topic you want to look into, you can also see there are some filters that you can use in order to see posts related to those topics. Here you have the most trending topics that are more common right now in the platform, but you can also on profile settings, you can also follow specific hashtags, and whenever you click on those hashtags, you will be able to see posts related only to that specific topic. Also, if the posting of users are not something that is attracting you because they're not talking about things of your interest, we also include here a news list where we obtain from all the open sources that are linked to the platform and see the titles of some articles that may interest you. And if you want to see more about one, you can click directly and the source will open and you'll be able to search more about it. No? And as well as the posting, you can share them and you can save them for later check. I'm going to move on now with the framework section, and this is one of the screenshots that you also saw before. And it's a place whenever you don't know exactly where to look up or you need some help, this section is basically made for that. In here you see all the drivers and trends that all the sources are categorized on. And later on, you have all the different type of hazard identification that you may find in the platform. No? So based on your organization, based on your preferences, if your organization is more weak to environmental pollutant risk and you want to look into it, you will be able to see information about that specific risk in all the different sections of the platform. No? Now we're going to look in all the different places what kind of sources you can find. But just let you know that you can also narrow your search quite fast with this tool. And also you have your framework place that if I save some posts that I wanted to check later, I can, by clicking on this plus, I can save it. And I will later be able to see it in my framework. It's like a safe place where you can see the data of the different sections later. Moving to Toolkit, this is one of the work layers, which is one of the repositories of sources that you're going to see now. And this one in specific is based on different food safety tools that normally people around the sector use for specific type of things. So depending if you want to analyze several data at the same time, or use a machine tool to predict certain information. Depending on your necessities, you will be able to find that tool here. And by clicking on access, you will be able to get them and use them directly. No? So this is a repository of tools that normally people in the European Union and also outside are currently using. And of course, I just remind that all the things that you're going to see here are validated, are curated, and are accepted by professionals and selected carefully from the 6 different level labs that we work on before coming out with the required or the good sources to base on the platform. Moving on to another repository of information of sources. Here in the lifelong learning, you also have a list of information, but with the orientation of material learning, in the sense that if you are from a specific stakeholder group, maybe if you work with, if you are a risk manager and you work in specific topics, you will be able to find here materials that will help you develop any project that you are going on and based on your role to accomplish a specific purpose. And based on these filters, you can more or less select if you want to see also change the type of content, you can also change it and be able to find, as the name says, a learning material to get a new skill or to understand how to address a specific situation of a project. Library is more a general source of information. Here we bring more open sources, websites, articles, scientist papers, scientist literature, and they're all here, and we use it as a database for whatever thing you need. If you need more extra information to assess a study that you are doing, if you need to contrast sources or information that you have with more information from here, you can also do it. The community lab is something that is really well connected to the home section, because when you are seeing a post about several users and you want, maybe because you like the post they are posting, or they are inside a market that you also are on and you want to collaborate with them somehow and make some negotiations of some kind wherever, but you want to contact them because at the end you will be able to see who is the person and who is for what company is working from. You can find those persons in the community map, where you will see the entire map of the world. Let's see if it charges. And you will be able to see the location of all the users and also all the organizations. Let me refresh, or it's going slow. I'm connected to my phone's data, I think. Refresh it. So the idea is that after talking with, after seeing some specific post, looking for information, and you want to contact a specific person that you saw on the home section, you can look for it in here and contact them directly. You can see where this person is located. Of course, all the sensitive information is not revealed. So if, for example, I want to contact myself, because I want to collaborate with him and make businesses with Jose, I can send a message to him and it will be sent directly to my email. But as you can see, I cannot see my email here. So your sensitive information, however we want transparency in this platform, the information will be protected. And the same with the organizations. If you want to look for specific organizations, you can also do it. And normally, when the institution is created, there's always a contact person attached to that organization. So you will have no problem finding the right person to contact that community or that organization based on that contact. I'm going to move forward now with Data Lab. This is the last source, let's say, repository section. And this was a section solicited out of the results from the 6 different living labs. And I would say that this is a mix between the toolkit and the toolkit and the library, because all the people that participate in the living labs are members of the consortium, of course, are people that are also work in different European projects, and they work in the atmosphere of the European Union, and works also inside the markets inside the territory. And they find out there are several specific sources, tools, and websites that are commonly used in this type of atmospheres and works atmosphere. And they wanted to locate these special sources that are most used by this type of organizations and by the European Union and in a specific place. And like Data Lab, library, and toolkit, and library of learning, these are places that are really scalable in the sense that we leave opportunity to users to recommend us include more and more sources, because we already have a big volume of information and sources connected to it. But we always adapt also if this platform continues and we see some exponential growth. And we receive special offers, special suggestions of how to improve the platform. For example, adding sources. They will probably be added in the different places depending on the people ask for. No, if you see here, you have these little headsets that we have available, so people can give us messages related to suggestions they would like to see in the future if the platform continues and there is a bigger community going on asking for specific specific adjustments. Finally, the last two sections, workspaces, is basically the public and private places that I talked to you about, that you can create with other experts to assess different risks that your community or yourself or your company find it. I'm gonna look for a workspace with some content inside. For example, this one, I think it has. So it's a mix between what you saw in the home section, but with other special options that are requirements to properly address a risk that you can be approaching here in this workspace. You will see here a little bit about the reason why this workspace was created, the title with the subtitle, the people that are included in the workspaces, which you can also invite more people if the workspace is private. Oh, sorry. If the workspace is private and you want to include more, you can also do it. You have a repository section which you can upload all information here and you will be able to see it. Meeting tool, whenever you want to go further and discuss face-to-face different topics related to the risk or whatever you are discussing in these workspaces, you can do it. And also you have a chat here on the corner that you can use it whenever also you want. That it's a more unofficial way to communicate with the rest of the group, no? And you will receive a notification that you are already included in this group in the moment you get inside the workspaces. So you will be joined automatically in that chat when you get accepted in this space. Finally, the AI analytic tools, and this is, I think, for me, one of the most power places of the platform, is where we took AI to understand and analyze the whole big volume of information that we have and all the links, all the sources, all the tools as well, and give us insights from different perspectives. Here, what the first tool gives, that is the topic tracker. Basically, as the name says, it tracks the most trending topics that users are searching, and also the most trending topics that the sources have inside their information. And based on keywords that, as you can see now, we only have two topics available because now we are selecting, we are adjusting the sources that especially the AI is going to take information from, apart from the whole general thing, but we want to specialize the sites that have more frequency of visitors, more official data. However, everything is validated, but in order to get a more accurate result, no? But you will know that, but just to let you know that you will see here all the different trending topics, the percentage of them, and also the sources vinculated. And just to finish here, the weak signal tracker detector, all the possible risks that humans are not being able to track, this tool will track it for you. And based on the frequency and the popularity of those signals, you will see the intensity of that specific signal. And if you click on it, you will see the type of anomaly it is and why the AI considered this a possible problem. And also the source attached to it to understand where this risk is coming from. And the final one is the pesticide levels prediction. That is the tool I mentioned before, that based on different data that you want to use, you can predict how specific products can be affected by specific pesticides based on historic data from previous years, and create strategies based on it. No? For example, here I choose chicken in France, and I took the years related to it from 21 to 25. And we can see here the pesticides that are predicted to be above the dangerous zone and the ones you have to be more careful about. And yeah, I think that's all. Well, also any questions that you may have, apart you can ask me now, but we also have a wizard that if you want to learn a little bit deeper how it works, if you forget something, you can also see here the different functionalities of each section. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Well done, super. One burning question. Everything's okay?
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. It's a massive platform, a lot of features and functionalities, fantastic. I'd be curious of how do you secure basically the maintenance of the platform beyond project? Because like on the one hand, I think, so you have implemented some AI tools, AI costs money, maintenance, hosting costs money, but also for the manual labor, like you mentioned, that there is some sort of quality curation and so on. So how does that work?
So we have already funds for the maintenance of the platform for a long time, for I think 3 years, if I'm not wrong, in which, based on these 3 years experience, if we find some increase in the usage in users and in the scalable to increase the scalability of the platform, we were thinking about creating a business model around it to make a sustainable system that would fit the platform itself. Also, there are some parts that, however, the funding or not, like the community areas, are basically supported by the proper community. So not all the platform requires of constant updates or maintenance from the consortium side or from our side. But basically, yeah, what the answer will be depending on the development of the years after the finish of the project.
Okay, thank you. Then I would like to introduce you to the next talk given by Babis Danopoulos and Cesar Scocchi, sorry, the HoliFood platform.
How I change the slides? Is this one? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thanks. Hello, also from my side. I will introduce you the HoliFood platform. It's one of the main outcomes of HoliFood project. Explain you what exactly is the HoliFood platform and present you two real use cases. So HoliFood platform transforms the complex food safety data, including the incidents, border rejections, environmental data, literature corpus, into actionable insights, enabling earlier detection of new and emerging risks, and have a better understanding of the trends in the future. So the HoliFood platform includes 4 complementary tools: exploration tools to detect new topics and trends, early warning tools to identify weak signals, like Axel presented previously, forecasting tools to predict incidents in the future, risk analysis tools for specific combination of hazards and commodities. And all of these are available through interactive dashboards directly to the platform. What are the users that we have identified in the project is researchers and data analysts, laboratories, professionals from the food industry, regulators and risk assessors, as well policymakers. In terms of the core functionalities of the platform, this includes brings together incidents, also incidents, hazards, border rejections, and information coming from the literature. It also supports the early detection of emerging risks, and also transforms the complex data into preventive actions, and provides transparent details, more details about the data sources, the data that are used for the models, and the models' behavior. 2 use cases I will present to you. each of them is addressed directly from a specific dashboard within the platform. So the first one is the analytical reliability issues in aflatoxin monitoring. This is exactly the story that Axel asked, that is looking through the dashboard. So this use case focus specifically on sampling errors. It's hard to identify and appear rarely in literature and in monitoring tools. Other tools is mostly detect only the strong and the frequent signals. So the challenge here is to detect the weak and fast emerging topics before they become widespread. So this is the view directly from the dashboard. So from the topic list, you can identify the clusters, the rare clusters with high emergence score and with correlated terms that are here. The correlated terms like aflatoxin, sampling, precision, analytical performance means something. There's a correlation among these terms. And also the frequency for this correlation is low, and the emerging score is high here in comparison with the rest. From the dashboard, we can also, the user, the food safety and quality teams can also adjust the topic emergence score and the frequency cutoffs. So from this directly, in order to here for the emerging score and here for the frequency, in order to isolate the specific cluster that have fast emerging, refer to fast emerging topics. This is the topic emerging metrics that in a specific area, in upper left area, it includes the weak signals topics. So here there are topics that have low frequency, and at the same time they have a high topic emerging score. And so apart from the list of all the topics that have weak signals, we can have also the visualization of all these topics. And here is a list how this could be useful for the teams in terms of an early visibility of sampling variability. Also, they can update proactively and schedule the sampling plans that they have to implement in the future for the users. This is for the next use case, which is about that it focuses on the predicting mycotoxin incident in cereals products, bakery products. So here the challenge is that the mycotoxin behavior is seasonal and is affected from the weather. So monitoring plans are more static. So the challenge, the need here, not the challenge, the need here is to have predictive dashboards that shows what should be expected in the future in terms of the mycotoxin incidents. This is directly from the dashboard. So initially, the food safety and quality teams who are the actual users of the dashboard can select the commodity and then can have a list of all the data that are included. Here is the month, the time actually that were reported and extracted directly from the initial source. The list of the training points that were used for the prediction model, and of course the model outputs in terms of the predicted points that were created for this model. So this is the visualization of the prediction model. So with the blue column, we can see the actual measurements that were reported in the past, and with red columns, we can see the predicted values that were created in the past, and as well from the next months includes also the prediction for the coming months. So there are we can understand based on the performance of the model in the past, the predictive values in the past, the performance of the model over the previous years, and also from there is also a graph with a trend. The trend line actually that we can identify specific peaks that reveal the seasonality of mycotoxin for this specific commodity. And in the future, also this provide the predicted incident curve that give us an indication what we should expect in terms of the seasonality for the future. For the actual users of the dashboard, though, this could be useful for the adjustments of the laboratory testing plans that they have implemented in the future, and also to plan to adjust their plans based on the seasonal fluctuations in order to take decisions. So in terms of the overall impact of the platform for the end users, so it's clear that this transforms the data that are already available in the platform and are used for all the models into actionable intelligence, and also supports the early detection and the future risk identification in order to have a better understanding, better planning for what we have to do for the future. And of course, you can learn more about the updates in terms of the platform by visiting our website. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Babis. Questions? I like this one. Yeah, thanks for a really interesting presentation. My question is for first of all, for the sampling, right, which you have demonstrated for aflatoxins, right? So the only thing I'm wondering if the information you have provided is like specific enough, because when you're talking about sampling, I mean, there is retail sampling, there is sampling from incoming ships at the Rotterdam harbor. For groundnuts from Brazil, there's sampling from the fields, etc. So which kind of sampling are you referring to, or is this like a mix of sampling? And if so, is this not then a diluted information so that actually some the models might not be a good fit then? Or so is there? Do you have any like thoughts on this?
Thank you for the question. This is very important because actually. Where the data are coming is important about how, if I have to trust the results from the model. So, yeah, the answer for the prediction models is that all the information are coming directly from public authorities and public lab tests. So this is a prerequisite in order to ensure the accuracy of the initial results and the initial data and the actual results of the models. And also, of course, there are a lot of processes in terms of cleaning the data initially, understand if there are two different incidents or, let's say, records that they refer to the same thing.
Okay. I mean, maybe we can discuss it in more detail later, but what I was referring to is kind of which type of sampling are you referring to?
Which type of setup? Yeah, like what is the setup you are referring to? Are you referring to sampling at the pre-harvest level? Are you no, directly from the laboratory from laboratories.
But in the laboratory, you're not sampling. You're sampling before.
Public authorities that they provide also access to laboratory results, lab test results.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I'll leave the point as it is. I think it's. But anyway, I'll leave it on the table. We can discuss it later. But there's one more thing for the when you refer to these patterns, right?
Yep.
So what I would love to see is like does these patterns which you have calculated, right? How does this agree or disagree or improve the patterns which you would anticipate anyways, right? Mm-hmm. Because with mycotoxins there is patterns. It's not a surprise that around blossom date that we will expect a peak, right?
Yeah.
So how does that actually improve the patterns which you can observe with the eye, right?
Good way. Just to answer to the first question, that in terms of the laboratory tests that are coming for this specific mycotoxin cereals from EFSA, so just to answer on that. And in terms of the second question, so also in the first columns that it is in the past, let's say, the performance of the model is completely different from what is happening, let's say, when we're coming to in our days, probably due to the fact that there are more data, better combination and improvement of the models. So we consider also the curves, how it was in the past, in order to identify and improve in the future the seasonalities that when the peaks will be appeared.
Thank you very much. I think that both this presentation and the previous one by Jose are showing the excellent progress on this area. So since Rudolf almost covered my questions, I will, apart from saying congratulations, I see that in this trend analysis, the prediction is upwards, suggesting that based on the previous data, there is a kind of trend, emerging trend predicted by the model. So my question would be, these models could have another beneficial effect, not only providing some trends or some accurate predictions, but also identifying if there are areas in the data set. I would not call it a gap. I would note that we need more weight or more effort in this in the information in validating the observations for a certain period of time in order to prove that the increasing trend is correct or not. So my question was about whether the model takes into account the different weight that different years may have because of non-uniform sampling points.
Yeah,
a number of samples.
Yeah, this is a good question. Maybe I will refer this directly to the expert and the creators of the models. But yeah, it's something that should be considered. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Babis, for the talk. And I would like to give the word to our next speaker, Lynn Frewer from Newcastle University, and she talks about developing effective communication about emerging food safety risks.
So, can you hear me? Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm Lynn. I'm a social scientist, and I do a lot of work with people from all disciplines looking at food systems. And I'm going to start off by being a bit provocative, because consumers provide us with data, they provide us with information. They're also those most affected by food risks. And they're the reason that we're doing all of this. I've counted up the number of times consumers were mentioned so far in the presentation. Apologies if I've missed it. Once. So, I'd like to refocus on understanding the consumer in this context. So, the context of emerging food risk communication, and this is all part of the HoliFood project. Emerging food risks are associated with high levels of uncertainty. Is it a hazard at all? But also ambiguity. Often people prioritize hazards which many experts think aren't technically a problem. And this is more so the case in emerging food risks than some other food risks. If we throw in climate change as a driver, a lot of those uncertainties become more obvious. So we're communicating uncertainty, but also strategies to not only adapt to climate change, but to mitigate it. And to do that, we need to involve consumers in food safety behaviours, which also requires effective communication. So we know that actually, in the context of climate change, consumers, citizens, experience something that in psychological terms we call construal. They think climate change affects people in distant lands or people that aren't like them, that it's something that's going to have an impact in the future, or it affects other people. And for this reason, they don't attend to risk communications about climate change or potentially about emerging food risks, which are driven by climate change. So I'm not going to pull all of the results out of our work package. I'm just going to focus on a few highlights. This is the results of a survey experiment that we conducted across 4 countries. Do citizens perceive emerging as opposed to existing food risks differently? How do people access information about emerging risks? Could one of these dashboards be adapted as a tool for consumers? Or do they not really care? And are there differences between different groups within the population? So we collected data in France, Germany, Hungary, and the UK. We collected data about their perceptions, the way they think about existing food risks and emerging food risks. And we had a whole series of risks that we also derived from earlier work within HoliFood, which we classified as existing or emerging. And we also looked at their risk responses, information seeking, information sharing, as well as a whole lot of other variables. I'll just focus on these ones. What we found was that overall, participants perceived medium to high levels of risk for both existing and emerging food hazards in all of the countries. Emerging food risks were consistently rated as riskier than existing ones. So people are worried about these emerging food risks, and we clearly link this to climate change as part of the manipulation within the experimental design. We got a total of over 4,000 responses. These were nationally representative samples. We did all the things that you would normally do in developing a survey. And this was actually partly developed from the interview work within the project and from the scientific literature. And this is the list of different questions, the different food risks that we considered. We had equivalents for existing risks. And that's our theoretical model. We tested this using structured equation modeling. I won't go into the details again. What we found was that the predictions that we made about the link between risk perception and people taking action to protect themselves held very significantly. We also found that people were less likely to engage in risk communication and information sharing about the emerging food risks. Again, I suppose, or we're assuming because of this construal effect. It doesn't affect me. There's nothing I can do as an individual that would make a difference, either to protect myself from these risks or to do something that would stop them occurring. So, selected results, greater information-seeking intentions were associated with higher risk perceptions and perceived benefits of risk information sharing, but also something called perceived subjective norms, the extent to which people feel that they're under pressure to look for information, but also to act to protect themselves from climate change. So there were some cross-country differences, but generally the trends were very similar. So a few key results. Higher risk perceptions were associated with emerging food hazards. And if this was the case, people did tend to look for information, but there were big demographic differences between them. Consistently, women perceived more risk than men. And I have interpreted this, Marguerite may disagree, as reflecting the fact that many women feel excluded from the decision-making process associated with climate change mitigation, food safety, and, if you like, the decision-making apparatus associated with risk identification and mitigation. There was some data about trust and information, health professionals, experts, and you'll be pleased to hear that this includes people in this room, and the relevant authorities were highly trusted. They really distrusted AI chatbots and AI as a source of information. Whether this will change as people use it more, I don't know. But this is a snapshot from 6 months ago. So our theoretical model was generally supported, which is nice, because that means we're going to get a really nice paper. But we can also make some conclusions about how this might be operationalized in the context of policy. That we need to develop mechanisms to get people to attend to information about emerging food safety risks, as well as existing ones, which are pretty well managed, I would say, in terms of risk communication. I'm also going to just talk a little bit about the social media and analysis that was conducted by Erica. Is she here? Erica, she led on this work. And trying to understand how the social media operates in the context of an emerging food risk. So I know there's a lot of discussion about using crowdsourcing as an information stream to some of the AI models. I'm just going to flag that most people aren't interested in food safety in their social media discussions. They're interested in cosmetics, they're interested in clothing, they're interested in things that aren't food safety. So the social media discussions that you get about food safety tend to be a bit of a select group of people. Erica disagree with me. Some of them have a bit of a grudge. So the case study was focused on alternative proteins. And despite the problems with data acquisition, there were some fabulous results. Erica's about to submit the paper. I've got submitted here, but I think it's, a matter of time. And this was analyzing X to try and understand which alternative proteins were the focus of discussion. So you can track trends, if you like, in community interest with time. Here you can see sort of an increase in discussion about edible insect proteins, for example. But obviously, the important thing is what people are saying about it. So automated sentiment analysis. I'm going to refer you to Erica and the paper for the details. What I would say is that this is really quite useful to try and understand consumer trends together with other sources of information. A traditional survey, which is nationally representative, is great. And this, if you like, gets to the rich underbelly of the discussion. The interesting thing about social media analysis is that laptop warriors can be really, really, really unpleasant. You know, there were some nasty posts out there, even about issues to do with alternative proteins, which I think aggravated discussions about EDI and so on. I don't want to go into details. It's a nasty place sometimes when you go out there. Nonetheless, a useful source of information. So to conclude, crowdsourcing is a valuable tool for detecting emerging food-related risks. We can use it as part of a portfolio of approaches for identifying shifts in consumer concerns, behaviours and trends. I think we can improve early warning techniques through the use of citizen social media, and I think that might be particularly interesting if we can use geolocation, which of course we can't always do because of VPN. And I think, and again, I'm going to refer you to Erica for the details, there is a need to incorporate crowdsourcing into reporting methods. It's a rich source of data which you simply cannot ignore. And the other thing we can do is actively involve consumers in the collection of data. So the work led by Tamara, Citizen Science, Infrastructure and Emerging Food Risks, a case study on the yellow-legged hornet, monitoring in Europe. I've tried to use a really scary picture, and the diagram is Tamara's own. The little, can we call him, I was going to call him a wasplet, but he's not really, is he? What we found was that there were clear reporting pathways where people were going out and using the app to identify the wasps, so we can identify where it's emerging and track the impact pathways, particularly where they're attacking honeybees, for example, in this case affecting the food security. Verification is important to, and I think this is the case with all of the citizen science data. Large volumes of reports require substantial filtering. The problem is that when we draw the map, there's a clear line in where the yellow-legged hornet is emerging between France and Belgium, because no one's got access to the app in Belgium. This is a transboundary risk. The wasp is not going to respect European boundaries, and so this needs to be coordinated regionally. And my suggestion would be, for example, that EFSA takes on this mantle and responsibility. And also, you know, lets us in from Britain, because the wasp's appearing there as well. So this is beyond political boundaries. So, some conclusions. Emerging food risks require dedicated communication strategies. It's not business as usual. Green bias is like optimistic bias. People don't think that they can do anything about climate change-related risks for a whole range of reasons, construal being one of them. We need to think how to make information relevant to individuals. I personally cannot contribute to adaptation and mitigation strategies. People have higher risk perceptions about emerging food safety risks compared to existing ones, but they also feel helpless. They don't know what to do, or they think it's affecting people in Australia or Africa or South America. And consider that while people say they trust the authorities and other professionals and experts, they may get their risk information from social media and AI, even if they trust it less. So finally, effect. One mechanism we want to test in messaging is the use of emotion or effect. And I've been looking in another project at how we can use emotional imagery, particularly negative emotional imagery, to get people to attend to information. And it does work. People hate losing things more than they love gaining things. So I'm proposing that we'll do a little bit of work using negative imagery, potentially the murder hornet, but potentially other images, to get people to differentially attend to and process information, and use that as a way to get them to take mitigatory action, to change their behaviours. We can do it with climate change. I think we can do it with emerging food safety risks. And my last slide, we can also use disgust. Disgust is programmed into us when we're thinking about food, because biologically we don't want to eat these things. We've got maggots on meat, the rotten apple, a work of art from the Netherlands, trypophobia, which discovered on the social media in about 2021, that lots of people find those images really horrific. And I'm going to finish from a quote by Daniel Kahneman, the behavioral economist, talking about the psychologist Paul Rozin. So Paul Rozin did a series of experiments dipping live, dead, plastic cockroaches into orange juice and then seeing if people would drink the orange juice. And about 20% of the population wouldn't drink the orange juice if they'd even been told that the cockroach had gone near it and it wasn't there anymore. And Paul Rozin followed this up, demonstrating that disgust was a powerful way to get people to attend to information. But Kahneman observed that a single cockroach will completely wreck the appeal of a bowl of cherries, but a cherry will do nothing at all for a bowl of cockroaches. So the conclusion is we need to frame our messages using psychological theories that will ensure people attend to the information. And we can do that in the area of emerging food safety risks if we really want to make a difference. So thank you.
Thanks for these interesting insights. In the interest of time, I would say we finalize the session with the next talk, and then we have the panel discussion, and Lynn, you on the panel discussion anyway, and we can ask you questions there. We'd like to finalize with Alessia Careccia on the HoliFood Living Labs, and then we have the panel discussion.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alessia Careccia from the Italian Agency for the Promotion of European Research. And with me today, there is also Veronica Lattanzio from the Italian Council of National Research Council. So today, we will talk about the HoliFood Living Labs and the cross-fertilization pathways towards the white paper. So first of all, I want to give you an overview of the living labs that we had in HoliFood, the objectives, the approach, and the methodology used. So first of all, what are the living labs? In HoliFood, the living labs try to offer a collaborative space to bridge the gap between research and practice by facilitating stakeholders' dialogue and integrating the multi-actor approach into the HoliFood activities. So they act really as catalysts of co-creation. Within the project, we had different living labs that operated both at a vertical level and at a horizontal level. We had the Living Lab 1 on AI-driven emerging risk identification, which aimed to create cutting-edge tools for detecting emerging food safety risks. Then we very much related to this was the Living Lab 3 on AI-driven digital platforms. And finally, we had the Living Lab 2 on holistic risk assessment, which aim to work on cereal, legume, and poultry supply chains, investigating the techniques for assessing chemical and microbiological food hazards. At the same time, we had these topics and also these were integrated at an horizontal level through the cross-fertilization workshops, where all the stakeholders participating to the Living Labs could talk and discuss different topics at the same time. So in HoliFood, the Living Labs were divided into different phases, which were called the innovation development phases. The first one was the exploration phase, where the priorities were set within each Living Lab, and they were considered as the basis for the setup of the action plan. Then we had the experimentation phase, which was divided into 2 rounds, where the action plan was discussed and midterms results were monitored and evaluated together with the stakeholders. And finally, yesterday we had here in Wageningen the evaluation phase, where the output of the Living Lab process was evaluated, and we tried to develop recommendations for further exploitation. Of course, within these Living Labs, we had different roles, such as the Living Lab managers, we had the facilitators, and of course, the most important part were the Living Lab members, which try to represent in a balanced way the actors operating in the food safety risk sector. Before giving the word to Veronica, I will very briefly go through what we did in the past few years. In the first phase, which was the exploration phase, we tried in the different Living Labs to identify the needs of stakeholders as related to emerging risk identification, also in terms of data, in terms of models and computations. And we conducted these Living Labs on site. Then we had the experimentation phase, which was a hybrid. It was partly conducted online and partly on site. And here, stakeholders tested the various tools integrated into the HoliFood interactive dashboard and provided feedback to support the ongoing development. They also engaged with AI-driven risk forecasting platforms and provided feedback on different aspects. Finally, yesterday we had in presence the last phase of the Living Labs, which was the evaluation phase, in which stakeholders navigated the HoliFood dashboard, evaluated the usability, the effectiveness, and tried to provide feedback in order to ensure that it remains relevant and sustainable. At the same time, in the parallel workshop, they evaluated the holistic risk assessment of the poultry and the lentil value chains, which are developed in HoliFood. So, of course, throughout the years, it was not always easy. We also faced some challenges in the Living Labs, and the main challenge we had was the stakeholder fatigue, because the project lasted 4 years. So we worked a lot, especially on through communication strategies, in order to keep the engagement high. And as I said, we used a lot communication. We created a lot of infographics throughout the years to attract new participants and keep the older one always engaged. So I will leave now the floor to Veronica, which will talk about the HoliFood white paper.
Thank you. This part relates to the, let's say, horizontal exercise of the Living Lab part 2. What we it was foreseen in the HoliFood project to deliver a white paper, which will be a kind of position paper presenting the main results, insights, and providing some recommendation or future direction for research in a form of this white paper. What we wanted to do is to embed insights from the stakeholder dialogue within this document. So the methodology is somehow embedded in the Living Lab process. What we wanted to do is to kind of validate a project or assess feedback by stakeholders in Living Lab about project results. So it was part of the iterative co-creation process. As Alessia explained, during the different phases of the Living Lab process, stakeholder could perform hands-on testing, enter in feedback loop, and also help us in refining the final messages. The focus was to bring the technical output in real-world application. A key part of this process is the cross-fertilization with external experts. So we foresaw 3 cycles of cross-fertilization across the years, trying to engage external experts to see how the results are perceived, the value, the positioning of the results of the project are perceived by people who are outside the consortium. The final goal was to try to co-develop, so to share the final policy-relevant messages and recommendations. In the first cross-fertilization workshop, we agreed with the expert on the structure of the white paper that then was little by little developed across the year. The white paper is structured in around 2 innovation areas, the AI-based tool for early risk detection and holistic risk-benefit assessment framework. And is made by 4 analytical components. First one is understanding the context. Second one is definition of the problem, so analyzing which are the key challenges and operational barriers that emerged by the stakeholder dialogue. And then we have a session, the core section, summarized the project results, the key insights, maybe validated is not the right term, but taking into account stakeholder perception of those findings, with the final goal of providing some recommendation about landscape positioning of HoliFood results in the European scenario, trying to envisage uptake pathways and indeed derive policy-relevant messages. So here are a couple of slides on the key insights that that stakeholders identify as the most relevant while testing the HoliFood tools and platforms. So concerning the AI-based risk detection, indeed there is a consensus in thinking that the system is prone to shift from, the food system is prone to shift from anticipatory risk governance, and so shifting from a reactive to a proactive approach. Indeed, and we have seen this morning a lot, data integration is main driver of performances, so of AI-based risk assessment is perceived still as a key bottleneck, but can offer indeed opportunities for improvement. From the stakeholder point of view, and let me say that not all the stakeholders that we engaged across the year, I can count something around 80 different professionals, not all of them are high-level experts, but people working in the ground, so the perception is that indeed we have a promising tool, but not all of them are yet decision-ready. The trust in AI depends on explainability. There are still operational challenges beside the technicalities. One of the challenges that the stakeholder perceive is that to really introduce in practice a new approach, you need to introduce the new tool or the new approach into existing workflows. And this is true either at industrial level, but also at from the risk manager point of view. So the final conclusion is that the adoption and the pathway that we have to imagine are indeed systemic. So we need not just technical solution, but also infrastructure, building skills, and co-creation was seen as a key enablers of this process. So from one side, the organizational readiness, from the other side, stakeholder engagement, and last but not least, human expertise and the entering of the human in the loop is still perceived as quite important to validate this kind of tools. tools. Concerning the holistic risk-benefit assessment framework, again, here what popped up is that we are shifting from silos to system thinking, and this, for people running risk assessment, is something that we have been hearing for years, at least in the last 5 years, and indeed designing and thinking about an holistic risk-benefit assessment framework needs to merge data and approaching from food safety, nutrition, environment, economic and societal disciplines. That means that decisions are based on scientific evidence, but are also needs to balance sometimes outcomes that from the different disciplines may result as competing. So trade-offs are central. Concerning the technical part, indeed we need a method, but we need to build a methodological ecosystem because we are combining multiple complementary approaches. Another important our feedback by stakeholder, and this is true also for the AI approaches, is that implementation shall be fit for purpose, which means not just to customize the tool and the approaches to specific policy questions, but also or decision-making context, but also to imagine a pathway that starts from a small-scale pilot, easy to be understood, and build the trust step by step, scaling the pilot until let's say larger context. Also here we have the problem of the data, which is perceived by stakeholders as still challenges, particularly in this domain, since we have to merge data from different domains. So means having different indicators, different way to measure them, and also data that are expressed really in different metrics. So to put them all together and derive a final decision is still quite complex. So again, the final message is that we need to move to still stick on the science and based on the scientific evidence, but we have to move behind science because the decision making combine also uncertainty and societal values. So in the last part, yesterday, as the last part of the living lab process and cross-fertilization process, thanks to the presence of something like 40 to 50 experts, we could start refining. So what we have done is to provide a draft policy recommendation to the stakeholders, and we asked them to discuss and to rank them. The data are still in process, under processing, so we cannot say too much about this, but what we expect from the exercise today, it was structured in a way that we can derive some conclusion about the readiness of the result of the HoliFood project. We tried yesterday to define which are the entry point of uptake, so which will be the early users of those results, if they are still science ready or can be already uptaken by regulatory agency, what we have in our hand for policymakers, and so on. Which are the conditions for implementation, so what we need to be put in place to ensure the uptake of the results, and which are the boundaries for applicabilities. And finally, we derived a set of policy recommendations. Yesterday, we decided to not show them yet because yesterday there was a kind of discussion, so we felt that we need to refine, to fine-tune them according to the diverse stakeholder input that we got yesterday. So the white paper will be finalized in the incoming months and will be for sure make accessible for free for the community. Thank you.
I'd like to introduce myself. So again, my name is Lütke. I'm from Dialogics. That's a small company, research company in south of Germany, in Stuttgart. And I'm happy to lead the next half hour. So our plan is, and I've got constant eye contact with Martin and with Nathan about the timing, because this is our session right before the coffee break. But we five will do our very best to have a good discussion, exciting discussion, interesting discussion, and of course, I hope that this motivates you to ask a few questions for this. Well, you have seen all the good, excellent presenters here for our four presentations that you've heard already. And our round table discussion right now is well, about one very important task and, of course, topic. It's about information, hazard information science. That's a big word. Indirectly and directly, we have talked about that already. And the working question is the real-time information is as needed with a question mark, right? So how can us, well, I don't need to introduce you as the presenters as well, but just for some keywords, how I place you somewhere, I can say, sorry, Jose, we have heard a presentation about the digital hub. Then we know each other quite for a long time. You said already social scientists, and I've got the keyword of consumers are not really heard so often. Well, these are my words. Maybe I got the message again. Let's see. So you are our guests now also from the communication sector, and you are an expert, among others, for the living labs. And again, the digital platform and digital hub Babis from Agrono from Greece. So I'm ready to ask a few questions. I'm looking around all the time, so keep it flexible. When there is a question around here, please raise your hand again. So first of all, when it comes, that is a good position. I'm asking the questions. I have not the answers, of course. The hazard information science when it comes to food safety, what is the problem? Just give us an overview and to have a chance to a good discussion. So who likes to start? Maybe Jose, yeah, just take the microphone, please.
So for me, from the digital perspective of hazard information science, is the process of recollecting scattered hazard-related information from different places and unify them in a place where you find a unified structure which is searchable and useful in some way. So while I was working on the digital hub, I found that there's a lot of sources that have really common articles touching the really similar risk, but they were not getting deeply in different places that other articles were doing. And having this mix of information from different places and unified it in a consolidated, good description of what is this risk about, understand the whole point of what are the possible outcomes, bad and what are the ways to assess that hazard. It's what this science for me is about, no? To understand how this hazard affects negatively, and then later on find ways to approach it and mitigate it.
Okay, I kindly ask you to hand over the microphone to Lynn.
So for me, the question is what information we decide to collect. So I mentioned this concept of ambiguity. I guess ambiguity applies to both risks and hazards. Ambiguity in relation to something that society thinks needs to be assessed may not align with technical priorities. So I think, I don't know, for example, synthetic biology seems to be very worrying compared to many citizens compared to some of the other food hazards that we've discussed, like mycotoxins, which are regarded as an expert problem. But we only have so much resource. So the big problem to me is how we prioritize data collection, given the resources that we have and the regulatory frameworks which we're developing to contain these, and who decides. And I don't think there's a good answer yet.
Yeah, I also agree with Lynn about the prioritization process. We need to prioritize the data we have. And so I think talking from the perspective of stakeholder engagement, also the stakeholder engagement process is very much needed in this sense, because from stakeholders we get feedback about different topics, different teams, and this helps the scientists to prioritize what data are most important compared to others.
Okay, now, Babis, please.
From the perspective of the digital tools, of the food safety intelligence tools, is how we can bring together different type of information, the models, the scientific knowledge, and how this can contribute to the food safety hazards, like the mycotoxins that I presented previously, to understand how this behave, evolve in the future, and emerge over the time, and understand what we should expect, what are the next recall incident, let's say, in the future. So to have a better understanding about what has happened until now and what we should expect in the future.
Okay, that brings me to the next question, just for you, Babis, directly. All right, I've collected 2 already. Usually it does not happen. So just hold on. Just give me a second. One question first. How do you see? What are the most important information gaps concerning to your experience when it comes to data and processing?
The most important is the data. First of all, to get access to the data. Next to that is the volume of the data. We raised this previously. What is the contribution of the different type of data, the volume of the data in the actual module result, and also to have access to all of the type of the data and all the information that is needed for a specific hazard. As an example, for the mycotoxin that I presented previously, there is this hazard is influenced also by the weather, by the seasonality, so to make sure that we have access to this kind of data. And on the other side, to make sure that we have access to accurate data and data that is not duplicated. So we consider this, as an example, 2 different food recall incidents, records that refers to the same incident should be considered as just one. So access to the data to understand what are the factors that affect the result for a specific hazard, and to have the ability to predict for the future what are the expected results for the specific hazard.
Okay, thanks so much. So far, I've already noticed 2 raised hands. Please forgive me. The microphone, my portable microphone is with Margaret. Please ask your question.
Yeah, I gave it to me. I was thinking, hearing you and hearing all the contributions, it's kind of reflection of looking into still kind of uniform idea of what's going on. And I think if we talk about accurate collection, it's quite difficult, and I'm really interested in how you did it. We talked about the living labs. We want to hear stakeholders' voices, but that also means that we want to hear the differences in their voices. And I only heard about the stakeholders, but never mentioned which stakeholders were thinking what. So it looks now like you want to be informed by them and you take what you want. But it might be important to also tell and write about their differences and why they thought about it. And the same as for the data, how specific are they localized, are they contextualized, and can we bring that better? Yeah, you do already a lot, but can that be also part of the hubs and what you're doing? And for the survey, I was a bit surprised to see that it was taken on the representation on the national level. But me coming from an anthropologist, social scientist background, would look for that I can compare groups from the same age, from the same class, and then see how they differ. But now the data was grouped as a representation of the national representation of different groups. So I'm looking for how did you play with this accurateness on diversity, and how can we bring that in our more systemic idea what's really going on?
Thank you for that longer question. I've got two of our guests here concerning the survey, and the question also concerns the Live-in-Egg experience. Maybe Lynn, you first.
I'm going to start with the easy one.
Right.
So the easy one was the survey. What we're going to do is apply something called latent class analysis to identify segments according to those demographic differences, and then triangulate it against the outputs of the interview work, which I guess is closer to anthropology. So we're not ignoring those differences. However, Marguerite, I agree with you. The problem is, what do we do when we find those differences? And my big concern, and I want to underline this, is that I think in line with other research, what we will find is that there are underserved groups in the population, those who are most excluded, most economically deprived, who are also at greatest risk, but have less access to information, to healthcare, to safe food. And that's the conundrum which I don't think this problem can solve. So any ideas, let me know.
All
yes, I will reply with reference to the Living Labs. And of course, during our presentation today, we didn't explain everything about the stakeholders we engaged throughout the project. But of course, we tried to have the different perspectives in all the workshops. So we tried to have the public sector perspective, the business perspective, the academia perspective. Of course, it is difficult to attract people who are not interested in the topic. So, of course, the people we got for the Living Labs were the people that are more, that work in a topic related to the HoliFood activities. But we tried our best to have the widest range of stakeholders possible. Yeah, you mean today? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, indeed. We had, as I said, different perspectives and complementary expertise throughout the Living Labs. And yeah, we tried our best to invite different types of people who could provide different feedback, who could help to refine the research questions and provide different outputs, also to improve the project outcomes. And we are really satisfied at this point with what we got.
So if I can just add, the solution might be to triangulate the different information streams to try and pick up the lack of consensus that I think Marguerite is referring to. And I actually find dissensus is more informative of societal approval or disapproval of policy and policy interventions than consensus. Because quite often we fudge consensus, but understanding why people do not agree with a policy is also very informative as to how that policy can be tweaked. And I think that's true in this area as in other areas.
Okay. Okay, thanks so much. We have one person waited a long time. Please say your name again.
Thank you so much, Panos Kandamis from Agricultural University of Athens in Greece. I really enjoyed the discussion, and I want to say that apart from scientists, we are also consumers. So we have a double attribute, actually. So as a scientist, I think that data sharing is very important. And to have a very efficient data sharing, I think we need interoperable databases. So bases that can be, that can collaborate, can be recognizable by each other, and can be interactive this way. And I was wondering, because most of the time, most of these nice tools developed relied on data from authorities, which I understand because these give credibility, these are official data. However, the truth and very important information may also be available in scientific literature, which might not represent or might not reflect the results of the official controls. But in this scientific literature, you may see, for example, the impact of different consumption habits and the emerging trends. Because emerging risk, we usually mean here the an increasing trend of known hazards like mycotoxins. But what about, for example, plant-based products? What about meat analogs, which may represent a new source, a new tank of hazards, known hazards, but with different type of exposure because of development of new products. So that's the one thing that I think that this type of tools need to start considering. Not building on what we know, but actually building on what is coming due to changes. And the second thing is about the consumers. So as a consumer, how much information do I need and do I want to know? Labeling. Do we really need the consumers to know a lot, to learn a lot through the label, or are they tired reading a label which is very informative, may say very valuable information for their safety, but takes too much time to read and to understand when they are to purchase a food? So what is the extent of information that as scientists we should deliver to the consumers to increase their food safety? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for this. It was 2 points, adds a few questions, also comments. Anyone from you? I think it was focused. Abradis, are you able to answer or to comment on what Pano said?
In one part, yeah. At least for the HoliFood platform, two dashboards that are related with prediction models related with public authorities information. The other 2 dashboards, the topic modeling and the weak signal mine, are based on focus on primary information coming from the scientific papers. So we consider also this kind of information also. Thanks for this point. And for the consumers?
So I don't have data for food safety. I do have data from recent research just published on sustainability and nutrition, 2 really complicated data-rich fields. And the work involves developing a new approach to labeling, which exploits heuristic decision-making that we all do, to really nudge people, or to use behavioral economics to make healthier and more sustainable choices. Now, we've got a huge data set, and from that, what we've discovered is that about 50% of a nationally representative sample, this is UK data, are really changing their decisions based on these heuristic labels, which are conveying information about healthy eating and sustainability simultaneously. There's another 50% of the population who aren't interested in those 2 issues and make choices only on the basis of price. They're price sensitive, they tend to be younger and less affluent. Now, the point I want to make is actually getting 50% to make more sustainable and healthier choices is a win. I reckon we could use a similar theoretical approach to simplifying decisions about food safety. So, yeah, next project. Bring it on.
I welcome another question. Please say your name, please.
So, Esther, can you hear me? Esther from Hertfordshire University. Thank you very much for the presentation. That was really nice. Particularly, I have some questions or reflection, I don't know, about the lean presentation. Maybe because I missed some of the message, maybe because I also was a researcher, so I'm not work with people, and it's more complicated to me to understand the outcome. One of the questions is like, it's impressive. You have 4,000 responses, but how do you get the response? How do you interview the participants?
So we recruit them via a social research agency, and they would have a panel. So if we wanted a certain percentage of women in different age brackets, they would carry on recruiting until they got them. And it's actually quite expensive. I'm not justifying my HoliFood budget, but that's where it went.
No, it's not about this. It's about, I'm a little bit concerned on how, if people is lying in the responses. I want to say this, and I understand that it's out of the control of the research, but one of the key messages to me was really interesting, the fact that it looked like consumers are only trust in healthcare providers and in not in social media information to have the decisions. That it looks sensible, but at the same time, at least in my community, I have like a WhatsApp group of the parents at the school, family members, and sometimes someone is posting, don't eat strawberries because they have a lot of pesticides. So I was asking, where are you having this information from? How do you know that it's accurate? No, because I'm following this influencer, and this is telling this thing. So this rumor is really spreading across the community. But I don't think that most of the people really recognize that they are trusting in this kind of databases or resources, as well as for the diagnosis. Sometimes people are telling, oh, I think that I have kins in my stones. And it's like, why? Oh, because I Google it, and my symptoms look like similar. So I a little bit concerned sometimes about how honest is the people in the responses in this kind of surveys.
So there's two issues. We actually play a cheap trick, which is to have verification items within the survey, and we also clean the data. So if somebody is just answering in a straight line, they're out. But if they spend too long or they're too quick in responding, they're out. We also have items which are not to do with the survey, which test for social desirability. And if they're at the end of the scale, they're out as well. So we've actually collected more data, but we've excluded some. It's not perfect, and I would always suggest, so one of my big criticisms, of course, is that we're not accessing people who are online, but we've actually followed that up with some interviewed studies in a vulnerable population. So it's not a perfect answer, that's what we're doing. In terms of the trust, I did actually put up a bullet point which said, okay, these are the results relating to trust, but in fact, people get their information from social media or AI. Or to be honest, they're not that interested at all, quite frankly. I mean, food safety, unless there's a scare, they don't seek food safety information unless they have a very specific concern. So I wouldn't take that trust data too seriously, because it's not always a good predictor, and we can model that of behavioral intention and actual behaviors. But I like to put it up there because all these experts in the room, it's nice to know you're trusted.
Okay, thanks so much so far. We have some time left. Well, as you know, we are fighting a bit against the coffee breaks that will soon start, but let's continue with one important question, and then I would like to address this to Jose, to our expert. I remember one comment that says about artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence can read what no team can. So I would like to ask you the question, so what is your role? What is the role of artificial intelligence in the future? And is there any need for an expert like you or any other?
For my experience and also as a personal opinion, I really think that AI is a super powerful tool that I think if we want to keep up with today's markets and dynamic of how fast they're moving, I think AI is a really good tool to process big quantity of data really fast. But however, I think in the stage we are right now with this type of technology, we shouldn't be 100% trusting on it. I think, of course, it's a good way to condense big volume of sources, but the judgment of an expert related to that specific topic of the information that you are filtering through this tool must be also checking that the outcomes, the conclusions that these tools are taking are also making sense in the context, in the market they are moving on, and that specific type of conclusions also can be placed in digital platforms for easy understandable, not only for food safety experts, but maybe people that are working related with food in general and wants to know a little bit about all this kind of information that could be really useful for them as well, to make them easy to understand and to get also value out of it.
Okay, thanks so much. I got another question from James. Do you have a good voice? Oh no, just wait a second, please.
Thank you. James Doyle with Creme Global, and it's maybe more of a comment to add to Jose's point, because I don't think AI is the future. I think it's the now. So we talk to a lot of regulators in industry alike. They're using it now, and so I think what one is to use it consciously, so as part of a decision-making process, so agree a framework, but it's not the process, and that goes to your point, Jose, as well. We've never been so data rich, but we've never been so overwhelmed by data, and it's a way of shortening the time to make a decision. But trust and confidence is a key point, and so it is a voice at the table. It isn't the only voice, but it is a critical way of distilling information, big data information, and adding another tool to the toolbox to make as good a decision as possible. But you will never have all the data. I think it's Cormac had in his second slide, a jigsaw. You'll never have all the pieces of the jigsaw. We need to accept that we will never have all the information needed to make all the decisions all the time. And so there is a risk to that. We need to embrace that risk and understand it.
That was, do you understand it correctly, James? That was more a comment, or do you like to address? Yeah, all right. Oh, very, very true, very important. Okay, maybe very shortly.
No, I totally agree with him. Of course, when you are taking big decisions, that will probably involve a lot of people's safety. Having trust, I think it's not even a right word. No, you have to be sure that the things you are making are quite the right move, or with the hands that you have is the best option that you have available. No, so for sure, these all large language models or personalized AI that you develop for the specific tools that you have to have some control, have to have some constant maintenance and checkups to be sure that it's working all the time, and also compare with historic data that you have from previous projects or scientific experiments that you didn't use, and compare if that data is reasonable with the same condition that the AI it is on, and to see if it really is taking reality into action and really making good points. But yeah, totally agree with you.
Now it's time to coming to the closing comment from all of you four. I start with Alessia, please. Well, let's come to the learning experience here. We are all funded by FoodSafeR or by HoliFood. What was your learning experience? Please share it with us.
Well, a learning experience. Well, I would say always about the living labs and the engagement that what I learned from these is that the living labs have a really great potential to create a structured environment for collaboration among different stakeholders. At the same time, they also have some limitations in terms of stakeholders' representation, stakeholders' fatigue, sometimes inclusiveness. So they have to be intended not as a mechanism of their own, but rather a complement to the risk assessment process. So I think this is the learning.
Thanks so much. Please hand it over to Babis.
Yep.
What is your learning for HoliFood?
In general, for these 3-4 years, the learnings and the challenges, also I heard this comment during this event today, is the data sharing. So as long as we have access to the data and we create the framework and let's say the possibilities for sharing the data and get access to the data, so we will have more reliable and useful results from such kind of analytical tools and predictive tools that I will present today.
Give it. Lynn, what do you think?
Okay.
Anything that you have learned here?
I would say the most vulnerable parts of our populations are also the most disenfranchised, not only in relation to food risk and health, but also access to these fabulous technologies. So how do we make sure that technological innovation, not just in relation to emerging food risk, but generally, is an inclusive process?
My conclusion is quite a mix with the ones you already mentioned. I think for improve and have an increase in food safety risk among Europe, I think we all have to collaborate. And I know that sharing the sensitive data is always difficult, and a lot of companies have this mindset of all around me are competitors, and I should be outsmarting them and trying to have a bigger presence. But I should change that mentality to how I can actually collaborate with them and increase my network, increase my range, and get into treatments that both parties or both entities or countries can be beneficiated with.
All right. Now this is done. Hope you enjoyed the discussion, and hope there are some questions still open, because we have got something to speak about during the coffee break. And I need a bit of a timing now. I think it's 4 o'clock that we come back.
Yeah, 4 o'clock. We will be back 4 o'clock, then another session, and at 5:30.
I'm going to start talking so that people will start moving back to their seats, because I don't want Cynthia, her story to be interrupted every time by people walking in, and just to nudge people who are sitting outside to sort of hear a noise and try to start moving inside again. So I'm just filling time by talking. Yeah, no, I can't. All right, people start moving here. So the next presentation is an emerging food safety hazard in novel and / low regulated food chains. I think, Cynthia, please take it away.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Cynthia Maya, and I'm from the Austrian Institute of Technology. And today I will present the emerging food safety hazards in novel or low-regulated food chains. So this task was part of work package 2 in FoodSafeR, specifically task 2.2, where we aimed to detect and monitor microbial risks in alternative food networks and novel or low-regulated food production systems. For this, we selected specific, well-characterized categories of different foods. These 6 food types, what we selected and what we defined as our case studies, they were the ethnic foods, artisanal dairy, last-mile delivery of ready-to-eat bowls, fermented vegetables, aquaponic farm foods, and plant-based protein foods. There are certain common characteristics between these 6 food types, and that's the reason why they were selected together. We were not really sure if they were actually sufficiently regulated in the European food systems. There is some consumer interest which is gaining over time. Some of these are part of short or alternative food supply chains. They might have not well characterized raw materials, and there is certain standards missing in their production practices. So we aimed to detect and monitor process hygiene, microbial quality, and the presence of foodborne pathogens. The first I would like to highlight is the last mile. In the last mile, we were detecting mixed, ready-to-eat, multi-ingredient salads with raw or cooked ingredients from delivery services. I also forgot to mention that most of these, the primary methodology, what we and my colleagues were using, it was selective media. So these were primarily done by very hardcore, very great amount of microbiology laboratory work. So how last mile was conducted? In 3 different countries, we were sampling various bowls, ready-to-eat bowls from existing delivery services. I'm very happy to share that with the first authorship of Matisse, the results of the study were recently published, so all of the details, all of the methodology, and all of the results can be found in there. Besides just doing testing of the microbiological quality of these bowls, there was also a test for checking what happens if there is extended, unusual amount of time what these bowls would be extended to. So like looking at the consumer, how they might behave, and conducting a so-called challenge test for seeing if there is any increased risk with unusual or extended room temperature stress on these bowls. So a couple of findings, what I can highlight is luckily there was no salmonella detection and Listeria monocytogenes, which is a very emerging microbial risk lately. It was only detected in a single sample and it remained below the critical threshold where it would produce toxins. We noticed that most of the time there was a short delivery time, so like it was under 35 minutes when the bowls they arrived, so likely there is also a short time between preparation, delivery, and when it arrives to the consumer. This might also limit microbial growth despite high temperature fluctuations. So some of these experiments, they were conducted in the summer, so it might leave a differently climatized kitchen going out in like various kinds of containers, and then it arrives to the consumer, and we don't even sometimes know what kind of temperature fluctuations these bowls were exposed to. The challenge test showed minimal growth of the Listeria monocytogenes and the Bacillus cereus for up to 3 hours after delivery. But when there was an extended storage or temperature abuse, then it increased the pathogen growth potential. So as a conclusion from the case study, the highest food safety risk in here is improper consumer storage or delayed consumption. So when the cold chain is interrupted, then that can actually cause an issue. So the recommendation is to increase consumer awareness on safe food handling and also maybe to tailor slightly some food safety guidelines regarding the last mile delivery services. The next one is a very interesting one because it is officially a traditional food production system. However, lately, especially in places where it was not really a traditional food type, for a lot of consumers, this gained very high interest. Fermented vegetables, we defined in our case study as unpasteurized, spontaneously fermented, ready-to-eat vegetable products from retail and small producers. For here, again, we'd like the leadership of Matisse. We conducted sampling in 2 countries, in local stores in Austria and Belgium. As well, we also sampled from online stores, so like from various small producers who have a website, web shops, which are specialized at fermented vegetables or simply just at Amazon. We sampled the samples here at the day of the purchase. So we conducted the microbiological testing at that time point and also at the end of the shelf life. The shelf life, we defined ourselves because it was not really standardized. It was not really clearly defined what we can think of as shelf life. We also managed to have it as a publication. It was also recently published in the International Journal of Food Microbiology. Some highlights from the results. There is a high variability in the fermentation process. These are natural fermentations. They are spontaneously fermented. So the pH was ranging from 3.1 to 4.3. The lactic acid bacteria counts, which are very, very important also as a consumer interest and also as a microbiological indicator. They were ranging from below 1 to 8.8 log colony forming units per gram. So really, again, spontaneous fermentations, they really have very unpredictable microbiological outcomes. Lucky for us and lucky for the consumer, there were no Salmonella species, no Listeria or E. coli species which were detected based on our isolation campaign. So this indicates no immediate food safety concern. However, there were some Enterobacteriaceae species which might indicate that there was an incomplete fermentation, or maybe there could be any kind of hygiene concern during the preparation. So again, this is an unstandardized procedure. There are a lot of ways how someone can ferment vegetables. What was really interesting, that there was also like a lactic acid bacteria isolation campaign, and based on this, there were some prevalent species which were identified, such as Pediococcus parvulus, Lactiplantibacillus plantarum, Levilactobacillus brevis, and Lentilactobacillus buchneri. Another interesting point, which is of course connected to the microbiology, is the biogenic amine presence. Some of the samples were detected with like high amount of these biogenic amines, and this could be potentially considered as a health adverse effect. There was also a challenge test conducted where Listeria monocytogenes was added to the preparation of a cabbage-based fermentation system, and it was found that when the pH is dropping below 4.4 and there is a sufficient fermentation time provided, then the colony forming units are really dropping in 2 weeks from the fermented samples. So what is crucial and what can be given as best practice or like a best practice, good practice abstract for producers and for consumers and even just for fermentation enthusiasts, that the rapid acidification and at least 14 days of fermentation is critical because this really suppresses pathogen survival and it ensures the food safety. This is available. This has been published as part of one of our deliverables. An add-on, here I would like to bridge a little bit from a survey what we conducted, where we were looking at various available recipes from fermentation enthusiasts, from chefs, from grandmas who are having a YouTube channel, that consumers and some people might have a different opinion or they think differently of what is important for certain fermented products. For instance, there were people who were claiming not to use iodized salt. People were claiming not to use chlorinated water. And one interesting thing what we also found, what was also appearing in our previous research, is the highlight and the preference for using organic material as a starting raw material. So I'm a microbial ecologist for training, so we conducted a study where we were looking at the microbial diversity dynamics, what can be an influence of the starting material, if there are different lactic acid bacteria which grow, or if there is a different CFU count, which certain enthusiasts also claim might happen. Additionally to this, we were also looking if there is any potential food safety risk with different starting materials or with certain additives. This was also published, so if anyone is interested in details, you can look it up online, or of course you can approach me and I'm very happy to talk about it. Another very interesting case study, what I have time to highlight, is the aquaponic farm food. This was the work of Matisse. This also has been published last year in the same journal where we opened a special issue for our task. It's about the aquaponic farm foods, which includes in-company microbial assessment of leafy aromatic herbs grown in an aquaponic farm in controlled environment. I don't know if the laser pointer is working. It is. So what aquaponic farming includes is they're growing fish in huge fish tanks, and then they can reuse as part of like basically a nice circular economy production, is they filter in various ways, and then they use the water as irrigation. It's just a very basic schematics now, what I just said. And so they have been, so what Matisse was doing, of course, with his colleagues, because I'm just a task leader, an acting task leader for the job, they were looking at various sources, they were looking at various filtrations, they were looking at the substrate, and they were, of course, also looking at the produce, the leafy greens, which is reaching the customer, which is going to be consumed at the end. What they found is that there were no Salmonella or Listeria species detected in the ready-to-market basil leaf. So once it reaches the consumer, those are no food safety concerns. However, there are some possible contamination pathways. One of them is the irrigation-related water stream. There was some Salmonella species detected in this case, and another pathway is the peat moss substrate, where they found E. coli and occasional Salmonella contamination. However, they did not detect the possibility from the peat moss to contaminate the basil leaves. However, it is still a possible contamination pathway, and it needs to be monitored, and it needs to be maybe addressed if there's a possibility to do that. So they identified key risk factors, and also, not questioned, but they raised the issue of certain standards or certain indicators. They might not be very ideal for relying for the pathogen emergence in certain systems. So there might be some issues with some current detection practices, and they might not be applicable for each and every production system, or not each and every food type. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of time, but we have 3 more interesting case studies left. They are also currently under submission, so hopefully at some point you will be able to see them as accepted publications. One of them is the ethnic foods from retail markets at various convenience levels, certain hummus, tofu, and so on, which are normally not part of a traditional European diet. However, in the last decade or 2 decades, they started to become more and more staple food of the diet of a lot of people. The fresh and soft cheeses, these are analyzed only as unpasteurized and ready to eat, or the plant-based proteins, which they also got from retail markets at various convenience levels. Just a couple of highlights. There might be certain products which carry the risk of pathogens. So there is some Listeria monocytogenes which have been found in some ethnic foods, or Bacillus cereus, higher numbers. Also among the novel proteins, there was a sample which contained Salmonella and also some Bacillus cereus. So there are certain considerations, there are certain production markers or hygiene indicators which are not entirely correctly set in some of the new and alternative food systems. So as a conclusion from all of the tasks and all of the huge amount of work, what we have been conducting in test 2.2 is there is generally a low prevalence of pathogens in most products. There is a recommendation. We need to increase consumer awareness for best food storage and food preparation practices in last mile and fermented vegetables. Some fermentation methodologies need, for certain producers, more emphasis, and we need to ensure that they really check the pH and that the fermentation time is long enough. For aquaculture, best practices for safe conduct need to highlight the microbiological monitoring of water and substrate, because these have been key contamination pathways what have been identified in the study. We need to emphasize hygiene monitoring, raw material quality control, and process standardization at the producer side in all of the case studies. It has been a great amount of work with a lot of people. I can't even name or list all of them. It was at least 30, 40, I don't even know. Every institution, every university we worked with, various students, and I'm very thankful and I'm very honored that I was part of this. Thank you very much for your attention. Any questions? I don't know. Yeah.
So you mentioned the water as a potential risk for Salmonella and Escherichia coli contamination for the aquaculture.
Yeah, maybe Mattis needs to hear this.
And of course, microbial.
Wait, sorry, can you start over your question?
So in the project with the aquaculture topic, you mentioned the water as a potential source of contamination, and of course, the microbial community can act as a preserver for this risk of contamination. So I was wondering if you performed any characterization of the microbiome of the water that was used in the experiment.
Good question. Mattis, do you feel like answering? Maybe I can.
Thanks for your question. So we didn't perform any microbial characterization, but we did do all the counting in the different streams, and the peat moss that was used, the substrate, was very high in counts 8 to 9 log units per gram. And what we saw, if we in the beginning of the peat moss, there were high concentrations of E. coli, but during the time there are some dilution effects, of course, because you're adding water to it, but also because of the suppressive effect, what we think of the environment, that your microbiome might compete with the bacteria present, and that's the Salmonella who might be present at the beginning is not present anymore after some weeks. But it would be interesting to look into the microbiome, of course, of the peat moss substrate to see who are the competitors, of course.
Okay. I'll jump in a bit because Nathan isn't here. I would like, thanks Cynthia for presenting the data. And I would like to jump into, from the same work package, another task was looking at antimicrobial resistance in aquaculture. There's a lot of antimicrobial resistance research out. but not so much in aquaculture, and this is why in FoodSafeR we also had an activity on that, and Alexander Irgang from PFR is presenting the data.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. I'm here on behalf of Laura, who did most of the work, and yeah. Aquaculture, the demand of fish in the world is constantly rising, and it's not possible to meet the demand by fishing on a sustainable way. So aquaculture is a way to produce a lot of fish on a very small area. And there are different types of aquaculture. So you might have there are the open systems, they're in cages or in ponds on land. And they have a lot of, they have a constant exchange with the environment, so also with pathogens. And it's known that a lot of antibiotics are used in these kind of systems. And then we have the closed aquaculture system, also called recirculating aquaculture systems, or RS, and introduced nicely before the aquaponic is a special form of the closed systems. And because they're running by filter systems and have little exchange to the environment, no antibiotics are used. Would you use antibiotics, then your filter system is gone, and yeah, then your whole system is not working anymore. So we know before that AMR in aquaculture in open system is very well investigated, and we know it's there's a lot of AMR in the systems which can be detected, but we did not have any idea in the beginning of the project from the aquaponics or closed systems. And in the proposal, we said we want to have a look for the transmission routes for CPE into aquaponic systems, but in fact, we didn't know if there's any resistance when there's no antibiotics used in these systems. So we decided just to start to get an idea on the resistance, so the whole resistance genes present in these systems. And we are wondering how to start and what to do, because you can do a screening by PCR. That's cheap and that's fast, but on which genes do we focus? Because you do not know, is there any resistance? We do not know what to screen for. You can also go for do some isolation, microbiology, and then do sequence the isolates, so you get the whole information from the strains. But again, you have to know where to focus on the bacteria. And compared to PCR screening, it's a lot of work for a limited outcome, because you only see the resistance in these isolates you got. Then you can do a metagenomic sequencing. You get the whole bacteria DNA, you sample and do a sequencing. This is the disadvantage, is it's extremely expensive compared to a screening by PCR. It's not the optimal method for detecting the whole resistome in a sample. So it's nice to have this 16S analysis, but it's not so good for AMR. So we decided to set up a new system in our lab, and it's called hybridization-based targeted enrichment, or bait-based enrichment. You find different terms for that. And with this, you use the same DNA as you would use for metagenomics, but you do a normal library preparation as you would do for single-cell sequencing, and then you enrich your resistances by using these baits. The baits are a kind of a probe from real-time PCR, which are biotin-related, and this biotin is captured by magnetic beads, and then you do a PCR step, so you enhance your resistance genes compared to the background DNA. And with this, you can do a normal whole genome sequencing as you would do for a single bacteria. and then do your analysis. So this has a great advantage. You get all the more or less acquired resistance in this samples, but it's only 50 euros more than you would pay for a single cell sequencing. So it's cheap, but you get the output you want. So we are not interested in the whole, all other things. We are just interested in resistances, and so it's a good compromise. And as I said, in the beginning we said we have no ideas on the enclosed systems, but in fact it was not possible to get so much samples from closed aquaculture, and two partners even don't have closed aquaculture farms, so we decided to sample both and compare at the end. And here I present you, so when you have done the sequencing and you will do your analysis, we use the raw reads and use the REST finder results, and I will present you only the results from thresholds of over 90% identity and coverage for the resistance genes here. So, and then the problem is a bit, you get a lot of data with doing this kind of approach. And what you don't need really is the output that you get 6 different variants of one gene with different identities. So we don't know are all 6 here or only 1. So we focus then on reducing it to the gene family and the antimicrobial classes and subclasses. Otherwise, it would be too confusing and too much data to be careful. Yeah, and so. Surprise, surprise, we got a lot of resistance also in the closed system, so there's not really a difference between open and closed aquaculture. The winner were beta-lactam resistance, which was in every sample we had, followed by tetracycline and phenicol resistances, as well as quinodone resistance. We had 2 samples where we got 12 different antibiotic classes in one sample, and in total we got 92 different distinct resistant gene families in total. So a lot of resistance, and I said we want to focus a bit on the CPEs, or the carbapenemase resistances. And what we've seen is that we have a lot of CPHA in our samples, and but this is only chromosomal carbapenemase and hormona, so we decided not to focus on this because it's not acquired, it's not transferable to other bacteria, and yeah, so that's a bit of normal background. Then we got a lot of OXA variants, and yeah, it's written that we found it in our countries. It's because the threshold, under the threshold of 90%, we also found it in Austria, but here it's only presented for the thresholds over 90%. So there are different OXA variants inside, and when we have a closer look to them, we see that a lot of the variants we detect are chromosomally located in Acinetobacter or in Chivanella. So maybe Chivanella, for example, is present more or less in most of the samples. We got also transferable carbapenemase resistance genes, which are present in Acinetobacter. So that's maybe a carbapenemase, but it's not a carbapenemase producing Enterobacterales, so it's not a CPE. But what we also found were some variants which belong to the OXA48 family, which are the ones who are also present a lot of in human settings. And then you could get the impression that it might be a higher diversity in closed aquaculture in Germany, but this sample here, all of these resistance marked are present in one sample. So one sample was a bit outstanding here. And we wanted to go to the company and investigate the transmission routes, but yeah, it closed down before we were able to have a look into the system. For economic reasons, they have to close. And now we are leaving the things we investigated. It's a bit of speculation now, where might be the sources for these antibiotic resistance genes. So, as we have seen for Aeromonas, a part of the resistance we detect is just natural background. So resistance is everywhere around us, and so some of the genes we detect might be just part of the natural flora there. Then we have maybe which is coming in as feed. There are larvae, the water supply, as we have seen from Mattis, the aeration system, environment contamination, so like insects also coming in and out, depends on the company, technical assistance, equipment coming in and out. This might have an influence or might be a source. I guess the bigger source might be the humans, the handling of the fish, of the aquaculture. So they sometimes just go inside with the hands and so on and forget that they have also bacteria on their skin. And what's in the closed system is once introduced into the system, then it goes to the filters, transmit their resistances, it stays there forever. So once introduced, you measure the resistances from the past years when the system is good set up. So to conclude, we found a larger variety of resistant genes in closed and in open aquaculture farms. We detected carbapenem resistance genes, also they might not be CPEs because we were not able to get isolates by applying selective methods for CPEs. And the non-culture approach, we got much more insight into this AMR compared if we would just have a bacterial isolation and sequence 1 or 2 isolates per sample. And with that, I want to thank all my colleagues in this work package, and again, especially Laura, who was engaged in this project and did all the work I present here.
Thank you. Very interesting. I was wondering, you have some relationships between your resistance genes and you also showed some species related to it. Is that directly from your genomic analysis, or is that from general database information?
Which kind of species? No, we just use the genes here, so no species. It was just a sample.
Okay, because you showed for some genes you showed
you think this one here.
If you go, here.
Yeah, it's just when you see the resistance genes and you look into the literature, it's just in Aeromonas. So
in your next slide, you also have
this one.
Also, you mentioned some species. Yes.
Yeah, it's just where the genes can be found in general. So we did not did some isolation. It's just the genes are chromosomally located in Acinetobacter, so you need to isolate Acinetobacter to find the contamination here. But we did not do this or got some results on this.
Thanks.
Sorry.
So, hello, my name is Lauren Alteo. I am a senior researcher at the Austrian Competence Center for Food and Feed Quality, Safety and Innovation, FOXI, and I have the pleasure of presenting our work on persistence in the FoodSafeR project. So for those of you who don't know about persistence, it is roughly defined as the long-term survival of Listeria monocytogenes over long time periods in the same food processing environment. So they come from raw materials or the environment or from workers and become established in the food processing environment. But in the study of Listeria monocytogenes persistence, we face numerous challenges. So people have not been able to clearly define this concept, but we also have investigated numerous topics in isolation. So for example, biofilm formation, interspecies interactions, mobile genetic elements, co-occurring microbiota, etc. And so various factors have been investigated, but no key factor has been identified in connection with persistence. So our goals in FoodSafeR were to identify whether there were genetic traits associated with persistence, apply a more holistic view by obtaining expanded metadata when we were sampling in food processing facilities. And our final goal was to generate a concept of a persisters database in one of our deliverables, which incorporated sample metadata, isolate sequence typing and persistence classification, phenotypic and genotypic traits, and microbial co-occurrence. So all of those 4 factors together. So we've applied this multifaceted approach to attack the topic of persistence. We first started with a survey of the literature. Then we moved on to an analysis of historical genomes from the Austrian Health and Food Safety organization, AGES. We then performed a harmonized sampling as part of our activities with all of our partners in the project, and we combined all of these analyses into the persisters database. So from our historical perspective, this is from a review paper that came out in Critical Reviews in Microbiology. We address the gene level, the phenotype level, aspects of evolution and ecology of Listeria to take a more holistic view of persistence. And in our analysis with AGES, we leveraged our huge database of Listeria genomes. So currently there are about 28,000 Listeria monocytogenes genomes, and we analyzed a subset of those from the food processing environment, which was about 1,700 genomes from 18 different food processing environments across Austria. So hopefully that will be published soon. It's currently in review. So I move on now to our coordinated partner activities, which were coordinated sampling efforts across 3 different partner countries. We sampled in Austria, in Greece, and in Spain. And I want to point out this is excellent work led by PhD student Felix Spiegel, and we couldn't have done this without all of the help of our partners in coordination. So at each of these sampling events, we sampled in total 11 facilities across meat, dairy, and fish industry. We sampled 3 different time points, and at each time point collected 50 samples. We aimed to collect samples before and after cleaning and disinfection and capture many different surface types in the facilities, so food contact and food non-contact surfaces. And in total, we collected 1,538 swab samples across our partners. And in brief, we followed a modified ISO protocol for isolating and detecting our Listeria monocytogenes. We also, in parallel, created a microbiome sample by adding buffer to our samples prior to the 2-step enrichment process. And the samples that were generated through this process and the isolates were then sent to Nestle with Felix, where he then performed a 6-month research day. So thank you also to Nestle for making this possible and helping to generate all of these data. So he performed whole genome sequencing of the isolates, but also 16S ribosomal RNA gene sequencing of these microbiome samples that we created. And then we collaborated with AGES as well, where they did the multi-locus sequence typing of our isolates. So a little bit of insight into the results from the project. So we had a total of 1,500 swabs. 338 of those swabs were positive for Listeria monocytogenes. So this is a positive rate of about 22%. And if we look at the disinfection state, so positives pre and post disinfection in the facilities, we see about a roughly the same percentage of positives pre and post disinfection, which was surprising to us. So over all of the isolates that we were able to collect, we had 316 genomes that we sequenced in the end, and these were classified into 18 different sequence types across these different food processing environments. So this is a depiction of those 18 different sequence types, and you can see the two different lineages of, so lineage 1 and lineage 2 of the Listeria monocytogenes. We then applied our operational definition for persistence, and so classically in the literature, a single nucleotide polymorphism threshold of 20 or less is established, but we took a slightly more stringent approach to this by applying 10 SNPs or less to classify persistence. So when we applied this threshold at the whole genome level, we found that 56% of the isolates that we collected were considered so identical at this level. So we considered them persisters. In total, that was 177 of our isolates. And so these ranged across 10 of those 18 sequence types, and we could then conclude from this that persistence is a relatively widespread phenomenon across Listeria. Felix then took a deeper look into the genes associated, or the protein families associated with persistence. And so in this plot here, we can see the functional categories on the x-axis defined by the COG database, and we can see genes that are associated with persistence above this horizontal axis, and the genes that are associated with non-persistence below the horizontal line. And so in total, we had 364 genes associated with persistence. And to keep it simple, these genes were associated with categories related to transcriptional regulation, DNA repair, and phage and mobile elements. So it looks like being able to turn genes on and off quickly, being able to repair your genome, and being able to uptake and actually maintain these new genetic elements is useful for being a persister. We also found that there were no main differences in the virulence profiles at the gene level between persistent and non-persistent genomes, and that the profile of environmental stress tolerance genes was highly sequence type specific. So then we tried to take what we learned, take the data that we acquired, and put it into this concept for the persisters database. So we combine these 4 tiers of data, the first being the sample metadata. So not only did we go out and sample swabs from the food processing environment, we recorded surface material, size of area swabbed, temperature and humidity at the location where we sampled, the disinfectant status, the type of disinfectant used, and so on and so forth. We recorded this with the isolates. We isolated the 316 Listeria monocytogenes, but also Listeria species. We have the classification data for those and our persistence and non-persistence classification. We also then looked into the genome, but we also did biofilm formation assays for a selection of those isolates. And we used this microbiome samples that we generated to do full-length 16S rRNA sequencing to look at the co-occurrence not only with the Listeria species, but also with the complete microbiome. And so this is the foundation of what could be a growing and living resource that we generated as an output of this project. So what we can take away from our work in FoodSafeR is that persistence is a widespread phenomenon across Listeria. So Listeria are generally very opportunistic, and many sequence types are able to establish. There is still no one gene marker that will explain persistence, so it's likely a combination of this genetic flexibility, but also their ability to form biofilms. So these are not single factors that explain it, but in combination. We also saw that Listeria was supported. It changed the community structure where it was found. And so further investigation is likely needed to further understand its influence on the microbial environment where it establishes. And so we hope that other studies in the future will continue to establish this more holistic approach toward understanding persistence. And like I said, this work wouldn't be possible without the huge consortium of people standing behind us and all of our partners who went out and actively sampled repeatedly and maintained good relationships with our company partners. So thank you, and join us on the Digital Hub.
Okay, thank you. Really like your approach. I was wondering, now you have an on-off for persistence. Can you also, for instance, include more categories, so strong persistence and medium persistence?
Yeah, so this is something that we are considering in another side project. It's difficult to establish even this persistence and non-persistent definition. So we've thought of also including transient as another category where maybe they're not consistently present, but the identical strain pops up and then disappears and then comes back again. So we are considering it. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know that like the strains that you selected, were they the ones which were persistent in an industrial environment, were they biofilm formers?
Mm-hmm.
Did you check and characterize? And the second question is the type of disinfectant you used before and after.
Yes. So with regard to the biofilm formation assays, we made a selection of persistent and non-persistent strains based on our definition. I can't remember now how many strains that we looked at, but we tried to have representatives of both of those classes. And for the types of disinfectants used, this is from the facilities where we collected the isolates. So this is only from communication with the quality managers at the different food processing environments, and they varied from facility to facility.
Okay.
Thank you.
I may have a question.
Mm-hmm.
You said that the Listeria are opportunistic. Do you think that it's sort of the first one that settles in an area, that's the one that's going to stay there, and maybe it adapts a little bit? Or do you think it could be replaced by a more persistent strain, for instance?
That's a good question. I think, personally, there's all speculation that the one that is the fastest growing or has the ability to withstand the stressful conditions and arrives at the spot first will be the one that makes it. But there's always the chance that a superbug comes in and replaces it in the end. So, but that's another study that maybe needs to be done to look at the succession or the competition between Listeria monocytogenes strains themselves, which we didn't look into. Yeah. I think there was one more, or two more questions.
Hi, great presentation. Do you know if the facilities had cleaning validation study performed for before you take these samples? Because sometimes it's hard to differentiate between, it's challenging to differentiate between recontamination and a pure disinfection and so on. So.
Yeah, that wasn't the focus. So unfortunately, we don't have that information, and the contact that we personally had with each facility was limited to the partners' communication with the facilities. So I'm sorry, I can't give you any more information on that.
maybe you
But it's a
can
good
ask
point.
for the future experiments, because I think that's important on that data collection, especially when you discuss about the persistence. If it's possible to share, because sometimes they cannot share that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Laura, for a very nice presentation. I was wondering, did you also, because now you currently looked at environmental samples, right?
Yes.
Did you also look at food contaminants? And to see if there are also persistent contaminants in the food, which probably end up from the environment anyway, but do they transfer to the food as well?
So not in the sampling that we did with our partners, but from this August project, we actually had an original set of 3,000 genomes. And so the other 2,000 were food associated. And we found in, I think, 13 of the 18 companies, there were identical isolates between the food and the environment. So that's definitely happening. I couldn't distinguish if it was raw material or finished product, and if it was a recontamination or it came in with the raw material. So that I can't say, but it's definitely shared between the environment and the food in some way.
But also persistent in the food. So you see the same sequence type coming up in the same food in the same factory.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you. Now is my time. Now I will speak about a very different aspects, emerging foodborne viruses. So when I received just the invitation to prepare this, and I sit down to write the presentation, I entered in panic because the first version was emerging viruses, and we have suffering in Spain the hantavirus crisis in the Canary Islands, so I didn't know what to speak about, if about foodborne or just about antivirus. But before to go directly to the pathogens, I would like to spend just some minutes about the situation, the challenge, and the third, the enemy. So the situation is that we have a food industry, a food supply chain that can be defined in two words: big, enormous. You have to see the numbers. Big numbers, but also can be defined as resilience. So if you remember the first days of the pandemics, when you go to the supermarket, at least in Spain, you suffer to find public toilet paper, but always in the shelves you can find salad, meat, and other different products. And also we have a huge challenge because apart of big numbers, we have also a challenge because the demand of foods is increasing even more than the increase of the population. So we have an increasing population demanding more foods. And doesn't matter if we are just here in the Western countries or just in low or middle income countries. Everywhere the demand of food is bigger. And the third is the enemy. So even when these data now are obsolete, because we got last week, you remember, that last Sunday was the Food Safety Day, and for this, the WHO delivered a paper in Lancet Global Health with the new data about the global foodborne burden that changed a little bit, but the numbers are still there. So the number is that every year, almost 2 million people, now the new data is 1.5, is dying for more than 200 diseases. And doesn't matter if it's 1.8, 1.5. If we compare with the three priorities for WHO about infectious diseases, AIDS, malaria, and tuberculosis, the numbers are similar or even lower in the case of these three priorities. Therefore, we have a magnitude of, the magnitude of the problem is big from a health perspective. So if we translate this data, it's 1.7 billion of cases. Now the new data are just a half, almost 900 cases
of diarrheal diseases per year, affecting around 200 million of people, producing 60 million of liters of diarrhea per year. That represents more or less the water of dropping from Victoria Falls for 1 minute. So when we take, again, an estimation of the data, because we don't know exactly, using a very popular manuscript, paper, about the estimation of foodborne agents, when we compare the data in USA for those that we can put the names, it's around 10 millions. If we put we add to these numbers also those that we are not able to put the names, the numbers is around 48 million of people affected in the States every year. So the States, the Americans, love to do numbers and estimations, and they calculated how many, what is the cause of these diseases. And we see that we can say that now the new data, the global burden is around $700 billion per year. But the States calculate that this almost 50 million of cases represents $77 billion that if we change to euros, and if we compare, for example, and what is paying us now being here, the horizon Europe, that is around 100 billion of euros, it represents that every year the number of the cases in the States represents the cost of what we invest as Europe or European Union per year, per program. But if we make a normalization and we consider that our population is 1.4 bigger than the States, the translation is the number of cases in a population similar to the European Union represents as a cost more or less what we invest in science every 6 years. So coming back to my presentation, we need to speak about viruses, and viruses represents more or less 60% of the cases, changing depending on the area, but it's one of the biggest foodborne threats. And when we speak about emerging, what do we understand about emerging? Because we have spoken several times here about emerging, but when we speak about emerging pathogens, we need to use classically 3 definitions, thinking that emerging is not related to the pathogens, but related to the diseases. First of all, one pathogen is emerging when we have a new disease. So we have a new disease and we have a new pathogen. For example, an emerging pathogen like happening with the pandemics with SARS-CoV-2. The second situation is that we have a new problem because we have a new vehicle or a new characteristic that makes the treatment and the control of this pathogen more difficult. For example, that some pathogens can be transmitted by food, or they can, as previously commented by our German colleagues, they got resistance to different antibiotics. Therefore, the chemotherapy is not being successful in many cases. And the third is because they are so important that we need to continue doing a surveillance, like for example in the case of Listeria and Salmonella, because 30 years ago Salmonella was already emerging, but still is emerging. Therefore, what is the situation about the viruses? Viruses is always the last in the line, but as we saw in the number of cases, are relevant. We can classify the enteric viruses in different ways, but mainly because they follow a fecal oral transmission, and we have, and later, depending on the target organs, we can classify in several, but mainly we focus in the hepatotrophic and enterotrophic, and particularly enterotrophic and noroviruses. But lately, we have identified a new problems, because usually the enteric viruses are just only related to humans. The transmission was human to human. Noroviruses, even when the EFSA report includes in the zoonosis report noroviruses, is what is funny because it's not a zoonosis. Most of the enteric viruses are just transmitted just human to human. But there are several, and particularly the hepatitis C virus, that is the focus of the FoodSafeR project, that when we have several genotypes, 1 and 2, that is only having a natural host, that is the human, and is endemic in several areas and usually related to the transmission of hydric transmission due to a problem with the control, the potabilization of the water. We have other new 2 genotypes, 3 and 4, that they have other natural hosts apart of humans, hunting animals or different swine species, domestic pig or wild boar. So this is particularly relevant because the transmission is different. While genotype 1 and 2, that is the classical genotypes, are restricted to human and transmitted by water, the genotype 3 and 4 are zoonotic and they have a foodborne potential. And what is the situation? In the developing countries, this is a serious problem affecting more than 20 million of people every year, with more than 3.3 million of cases, with also a high mortality in pregnant women, with a prevalence bigger than 20%, and affecting mainly in the places with low hygiene, and particularly low water hygiene. And what happened about in Europe? We did a report, and we noticed that even when we have a lack of harmonization of the cases, then we notice a 10 times increase of the number of cases. And also we identified different food sources for a source of contamination. However, what we know is very few, because we don't have effective cell culture methods, we don't have effective animal sparing models, and we don't know the real disease burden in humans, and we don't know too much about what the situation in the food chains. And if we put all in the context, Lancet, in one Lancet letter, we see these 2 aspects: the increase of number of cases and the source of the food attribution related to pig products. But, and I will finish with all of this, when we compare the estimations with the number of cases, we see a 1,000 times underestimation. Therefore, if we come back to the number of cases that are officially reported in Europe, if we apply this factor, we speak about 500,000 of cases every year in Europe. So what we have done in FoodSafeR, mainly we want to investigate the intrinsic and the extrinsic routes of contamination. So how are the virus circulating in the pig production, particularly in Spain and in Poland, and how this virus can enter by illegal products through Europe, or through the borders of Europe. And also we want to know exactly, using a developed microarray, what other animal viruses are there. So we decided to test ready-to-eat products from pig and wild boar. And interestingly, we found a very low prevalence in Poland, around 3% in the pig products, and only 1% in wild boar products. But as expected, not unsurprisingly, we found a very high prevalence in Spain because we have, particularly in wild boars, because hepatitis E is endemic in the wild boars in the south part of Spain. But also the prevalence was very big, very high, around 20%, 1 out of 5 samples in the Spanish products. So even when our prevalence was bigger, then the numbers were low and we were not able to determine the genotypes. But our Polish colleagues were more efficient and they were able to do, and we see that all belongs to genotype 3 and particularly to genotype I, C, E, and F. Also, we wanted to develop in our lab a method, to detect more efficiently the virus, particularly because we didn't have at the beginning of the project a standard method, and also the most established one, SABO, the SABO's method was very good, but was using organic solvents, therefore were not very ecological, and also was quite expensive. Therefore, we developed a different approach to guarantee similar results, but being as good as with the other method, and we can see similar results making sort. And finally, we also test the presence of the virus in confiscated foods in Poland, and we didn't find in any of the cases hepatitis E. And also we applied this microarray, and surprisingly, but we found many other animal viruses, both in the ready-to-eat meat products in Poland, but also in Spain, usually related to the meat that we have used, or the species for the meat, for the pig products that we use, but because sometimes we use also beef or poultry. And finally, we also test the presence of different animal viruses in the border, and we found many porcine viruses, but also viruses from other type of animals, like Torquetenom midi virus or the murine osteosarcoma virus. So in conclusion, we see that the hepatitis E is quite prevalent in Spain, but less prevalent in Poland. But the virus is circulating both in pigs and wild boar around Europe, and interestingly, not only in food, in the final food products we can find this virus, but other animal viruses. And nothing else, so thank you for your attention.
We have time for one very urgent question. No urgent questions, then we go to the last speaker. And then I have a few more announcements.
So it's my honor, privilege, and pleasure to give the last talk today. And I'm going to be walking you through the story of the work that we've been doing, looking at illegal addition of chemicals to turmeric spices. My name is Paul Williams, and I'm representing a team at Queen's University in Belfast. But before I sort of dive into the data and what we've been doing, I thought it would be worthwhile just reflecting a little bit on the importance of heavy metals. I know that everyone probably is fairly familiar with heavy metals, but it's worth just noting the fact that they are very prevalent out in the environment. They are a major human exposure risk. And just because we know about them doesn't mean that the pathways and the exposures aren't serious. And they're changing constantly. And this is partly linked to the story that I'm going to tell today. But in particular, we focus a lot on lead and how lead is getting into human dietary chains. And lead has had quite a lot of resurgence recently in a lot of the environmental and food chemistry sphere. Some of that has been kind of leveraged because of big funds which have been dedicated to try and tackle and finally remove so much of this lead exposure. But unfortunately, some of that funding has also dropped back as well. But it's there in the kind of conscious. And really the lead exposure story is one of inequality as well. So it's become really a kind of a contaminant of those with insufficient resources and really a kind of global south issue as well. So the main question that we've been trying to pose really throughout the entirety of the project is turmeric, is it a superfood or essentially a super fraud? And there's been stories, even in the relatively short time of our study, where people have actually died from consuming turmeric. So this was a quite sad event that happened relatively recently in India. And then after that, they've actually had other sort of big news stories. There was one at a school, a primary school in China, where the cooks had decided to add lead chromate to the various foods and caused all sorts of concern and sickness and illness. So it is there, it is prevalent. But weaved into that whole narrative and that story has been a sort of a massive increase in terms of the consumption of turmeric. I can go to my local convenience store and buy little shots of turmeric, which I now often do if I'm feeling a little bit weak and want a bit of extra energy. I think we all consume turmeric more probably than we did 5-10 years ago. And certainly after COVID, with all the sort of health benefits that have been aligned with turmeric, its popularity has certainly grown. And because its popularity has grown, then also the places around the world where turmeric is actually produced has also expanded quite significantly. And sub-Saharan Africa in particular is an area that has turned its attention to growing turmeric, whereas traditionally perhaps wasn't such an export crop. So this raised sort of a number of questions for our team, and we thought it would be very useful to try and investigate the quality and the characteristics of a lot of these emerging turmeric producers. There's also sort of large attention and turnover of areas which used to grow ginger, for instance, that moved into turmeric, and countries like the Philippines, who don't really consume turmeric to a large extent, doesn't really match with the culinary palate, but because of the export price, are also starting to grow it as well. So we've been tackling this issue on a number of different fronts. So we've been trying to look at ways that we can actually detect lead chromate, principally using X-ray fluorescence technologies, and we've been looking at a whole platform of different tools. So from handheld portable systems through to very expensive benchtop equivalents, and we've been working in partnership with the UN, with the IAEA, who have been helping us as well, getting access to some of this instrumentation. So we've been collecting samples from regions which we know to be strong growers of turmeric, the emerging producers. We've been looking at these different platforms and evaluating them. And we've also, and I'll talk to that a little bit more detail near the end, been integrating some of this machine learning into it as well to see how we can improve and fuse different data sets to get better measurements. So if we want to have a look at the sort of the overview of where we are with lead chromate in the turmeric, well, when we combine our survey results, so we had just sort of under maybe 1,000 samples from various different countries, we weren't finding the very, very high levels which have been reported in the literature. So Bangladesh was a really big case study that Stanford took the lead on, where they were finding hundreds of milligrams per kilogram of lead in the turmerics there. So we did find lead, but not to the huge concentrations. And we also really found that there was quite a lot of disparity in terms of the amount of lead in turmerics. So for instance, the UK supply chain, which obviously has fairly robust controls and testing programs, demonstrates that actually it has been working to a large extent. And we weren't detecting high levels of lead in our turmerics that were sourced from our high streets. But other countries don't fare so well, especially in this case. We have very high levels appearing in the Vietnamese samples, but obviously we have a limited number of samples in that comparison. But there definitely is still a them and us story. Linked to this, we also were looking at other common dyes which are used in terms of adulteration of turmeric. Methanol yellow tends to be the second most important dye in this regard. And basically, you shouldn't be finding any methanol yellow in your turmeric. And if it is there, then it's a good indicator of something going wrong. Methods are fairly straightforward to identify methanol yellow. So we used NIR, and we're able to characterize the incidences of methanol yellow detection in our turmeric database as well. And this is just a snapshot of some of the samples that we were running, and it highlights another good story of how we have this disparity in terms of positive results across different countries. So Cameroon, for instance, very positive news because methanol yellow isn't being used, whereas the likes of Tanzania, less so, or much less encouraging. And interesting enough with the Bangladesh turmeric samples, and by now actually in Bangladesh, there is quite a lot of information and awareness about turmeric adulteration. There definitely still seems to be some mispractice, and all the samples that tested for methanol yellow all came from Dhaka, the capital city in Bangladesh. So something was certainly not right for that turmeric. Within Queen's, we're very fortunate to have a spin-out company called Beer Analytical, and they specialize in chemometrics. So they were able to supply us with a number of samples that formed the kind of the UK-sourced turmerics, but they also were helping us with a number of chemometric models. So we were able to run our samples through their systems and separate out basically true or standards of turmeric against samples in our data set which certainly weren't completely authentic turmeric. And we went a few steps further and we looked at other types of methods, in this case FTIR analysis, and this is just a subset of the samples. So we've got Tanzania, we've got India, and we've got Cameroon. You can see quite clearly from the different spectra, they're not all the same, and they should be. Those lines should be lining up upon each other completely. And the basic outcome from that was 77% of the samples didn't conform to the authenticity model when we run them, and they were largely from the Tanzania data set. So we know that, roughly the percentage of samples which are testing positive for lead chromate. We know there's some methanol yellow fraud going on as well in these larger turmeric kind of collective samples. But there's a lot of unknowns in there as well. And it might not be deadly for us. It might just be that people are mixing other spices in with the turmeric, but it's something that we do need to resolve. And that's where we sort of were scratching our heads and thinking, well, this is an exciting little avenues that we can to pursue in terms of trying to get a better understanding of some of those different adulteration practices. One of which was actually looking at the lead isotope ratios. So our system in Queen's, we have triple quad ICP-MS, and then we were basically intrigued to find out what sort of data we could generate by looking at the different lead isotope ratios. And certainly the Tanzania samples were flagging up as being very unusual and atypical compared to the rest of them. So something was going on with regards to the source of the lead from the Tanzania samples in particular. And we also have other tools and technologies at our disposal, so IRMS, and we're able to look at some of the stable isotopes, and again, Tanzania samples, certainly something is being added into those. And we're kind of still working through that process to identify exactly what, but we're getting closer. The other area that we investigated was more spatially related. So we do a lot of work with ICP-MS and laser ablation. I know earlier in the presentation the issue of arsenic in rice was raised, and cadmium in rice. So we've historically done quite a lot of imaging and mapping of rice, and we're able to apply the same fundamental principles through to turmeric as well. So we're starting to get sort of co-localization profiling. If we do detect lead, is it coming alongside chromium as well to indicate that it's actually lead chromate, or is it just dust contamination? So we're building up the database on that as well. So that's the kind of analytics side of things and measurements, but a huge part of the remit of our work package task was also to then data fuse, use the machine learning. So we've been looking at these XRF platforms and then trying to see how we can use machine learning to improve and enhance the analysis. And we started off basically first principles by going to reference materials, so certified reference materials. So we amassed large data sets of reference materials, soil and food as well. And we just published this paper in Environment International, where we've got an overview of all the operations that I'm about to discuss in a second. But essentially what we did is we tested these reference materials across different platforms, and then we looked at the data, and we basically, some of the measurements were actually very reliable in the concentration ranges that we were interested in. Some of them had trends associated with them, so there were linear relationships, but they were a little bit off, and some were quite noisy. And what we basically did was build a framework for helping to assess that, and with a series of different level criteria, so we could understand the measurements across a range of different concentrations and put some kind of system and order into that as to which elements you can measure reliably, which is XRF, and which ones could be high potentials for applying a bit of machine learning, so you could just tweak the data up into acceptable measurement tolerances, and then the other groups which is producing a lot of noise. So we've got a long way to go with them, or they can't be used to measure with XRF. So we've published this data anyway, where we've gone through and we systematically evaluated a whole range of different elements, not just lead, and applied ML corrections to improve the overall analysis, and provided summaries across different models, across the different matrices, and across the different systems as well. But the sort of take home from a lot of this is, unfortunately, there's no silver bullet. There's going to be no single platform that seems to work universally for all the different elements. There's no single ML that seems to magically correct everything into perfect measurement tolerances either, but it does work when you have specific elements and you choose the right combination of instrument, its calibration setup, its ML. You do see very big improvements in the overall measurement. And then where are we at the moment? So we see the finish line. We're working on now our large turmeric specific models. So we've got, say, thousands of turmeric measurements, and we're seeing if we can tune everything even further and get better results, basically so that we could try to use XRF to determine lead at the safety levels of the EU, which is 1.5 milligram per kilogram. And if we can show that XRF does work at these concentrations, then it becomes a much more tractable method. And LODs from the systems do indicate that it's sensitive enough. Interesting enough, we're getting trends between different countries at the moment in terms of their LODs, and that's something that we're currently still investigating. But we're writing this up at the moment. And we can improve things quite significantly as well by applying things like matching libraries to our fundamental parameters analysis with XRF, and that also further improves our limits of detection. So once we can improve limits of detection and we know what elements, we're happy with the matrix, then the ML kicks in and we can start improving accuracy and precision on the other side of the data. And we hope to have this paper out fairly soon. And that's basically it. So big thank you to all the team in Belfast and colleagues like Bangladesh, which have helped us enormously. We're already back in Cameroon as well. It's been a major support in this whole project. So thank you very much.
So one very urgent or very good question.
Thank you, Paul. Very nice talk. So I'm wondering if there is any correlation, or if you thought about it, or if you already did, I don't know. So like turmeric is, of course, an underground organ. So like, did you have ever possibility to like correlate maybe like lead content inside the fresh material and correlate it towards the lead content of the dried spice? I don't know if this is like, or even in the soil, because I know that especially like Bangladesh and some countries might have also like higher lead contamination generally in the environment. So I don't know if this is, you know, like having like a threshold also for environmental origin, and then.
Yeah, so understanding where the lead comes from is a big challenge. So that's why we're trying to investigate some of that isotope analysis. So we're looking at like the lead isotope ratios, which can help us differentiate like geogenic sources, which would be soil transfer into turmeric, versus the equivalent isotope ratio in lead chromate dyes. So that's one tool that we have. The other sort of interesting kind of part to this story, and there's a good paper out from Jenna Forsyth from Stanford just recently, is where the lead chromate is actually being applied. So most of our focus today has been on the ground turmeric, because it's obviously much easier to incorporate a dye at that stage. But her work actually going around and investigating different markets seems to indicate it's also used on the rhizome as well, principally as some way to avoid spoilage. So if there's delay in selling a rhizome, or markets aren't right, so people are holding back sort of selling the rhizomes, they're actually going and dusting them with lead chromate, because then they look more yellow and then they last longer and you don't get black patches and stuff. So that's actually quite a recent sort of discovery in terms of ways lead chromate are getting into turmeric. So yeah, we still got quite a few little bits of the puzzle to resolve and solve.
Thank you.